So it's the guy in the chat here that said that England doesn't exist.
Really?
Wanimal.
Yeah.
I love the elongated tie.
Go on.
Well, I mean,
you
now
said
that
you
you've
had
pointed
things
him
you
out,
wanted to. You said you had things you wanted to say, so go ahead and say them.
Is Warnable backtracking on the fact that England does not exist?
I don't think Wernimal is. So the task here is for Koredan or Rob here to, defend his point about England existing. I mean, we've already established.
Wait.
Are we having a live debate as to the legitimacy of England?
Wait,
Oh,
hang
that
on
is a very interesting
I've seen this post. Hang on a second. I saw this appear in my feed. I'm not. Hang on a second. Who fucking shared this?
Does the post go over the logistics of England not existing, or does it just make this grand claim without evidence?
Who do I know that followed this?
Rob has come by all the time during my streams and given me all these fantastical stories about his made-up world of England.
Even the accent is completely made up.
I've seen this fucking post. Hang on.
Like, for example, the idea that, like, in his world, curry was made by England.
West Korea made by England?
What?
No, I didn't say curry was made by England, you plonker. I said it was one of our national dishes because we stole India. We stole India 150 years ago, and we claimed all of their culture. And likewise, we made curry a national dish, so it's one of the national dishes of England.
Ah, interesting.
Because we owned India at the time, much like everything in the British Museum belongs to Britain.
Remember, viewers, listen, because this will be very important to understanding Guild Tales.
Yes.
You see this Orzhov mana piece? We've taken it. It is now ours. No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how Finders Keepers works. Well done.
Yeah, the only way to master it is to master
Imperialism
curry.
in a nutshell. Well, technically, we won India after we murdered most of their army. But yes.
But that is interesting. That's an interesting fantasy you keep spinning. I would love to play in this world that you've created.
I'm very good at
someday.
getting into I'm very good at getting into the sneering imperialist persona because I've got an Irish mate and we actually do just banter back and forth like this.
Oh well, nice.
I don't do it here because I don't. I don't want to get beaten up.
See, as England is fake, that means Irish is made up as well. So both your accents are completely fake.
That is not at all true. Irish are not fake just because the English are. The Irish are completely separate island, just north of Europe. You should know where they are. They're on every map.
Our expert in chat has verified that Ireland is real.
England is the central time zone. Everything else is +1 or -1.
Yes. I know that you keep pushing this, but Koredan, Rob, friend, buddy, it doesn't exist.
Listen, sort off with your
Just
own thing
because
about
the Queen's
something that the
dead
Spanish
doesn't
did.
mean you can take the piss of England not existing.
Listen, it's clearly the Spanish that made the central time zone, not the English.
I mean, have you heard British slang? I don't think I've ever heard any slang that sounds any more made up than British slang.
Spanish.
What about Spanish?
Owl likes to fly over the islands when going to the Netherlands.
No, Northern Ireland is part of Britain.
What do you mean Northern Ireland is part of Britain? It's part of Ireland.
Yeah, Britain doesn't exist.
Oh, there's so many things I want to say, but I'm not because you're fucking Yanks.
This British numpty is going to turn around and start telling us giraffes are real.
Giraffes?
Yeah.
I
That
wish-
made-up animal with a really long neck.
Oh yeah, isn't it like a horse?
every
Kinda
every
like
animal.
the
I'm
unicorn.
gonna have to show up to our British streamer tomorrow and actually just fucking vent.
Every animal was a horse. Do you know that? Do you know that the unicorns may have actually been rhinoceros all along?
I can
thought they
believe
found
that.
Oh, that one makes sense.
I thought they found a deer that formed a single horn, and that might be an explanation for unicorns.
I heard that the explanation for unicorns was that at some point, I don't remember which lands were involved, but it was basically people that use horses visited the place where rhinos are at, and the only way that they could describe the animals were horses
Like a horse,
horn.
but bigger and with a horn in the middle of its head. Yeah.
Yep, and that's how
It's like-
that's how unicorns were.
It's
Well,
like those it's like those Roman dolphins that look like dragons. Because
Either
that was the
way,
best way they could describe them.
I just want to say, Rob, I would be happy to play in your campaign someday. This world that you've created sounds really interesting.
Take over the Sunday campaign.
I'm not joining any Sunday campaigns because I'm already in Rabbit Blitz's Sunday campaign.
Well, no, you're not joining, you're running. I mean, nobody else
Yeah.
can run
I'm
this
not
made-up
doing
world
a-
of yours.
I am not doing a Sunday game because I've already got a Sunday game.
Okay, we can find a different day to play through this England world of yours.
I refuse to DM.
With its
Fuck off.
teas and crumpets.
Oh, did they steal tea and crumpets too?
I mean, crumpet. I'm pretty sure we came up with crumpets, but we did steal tea. Well, technically, we traded for tea.
Well, yeah, tea
We
came from.
we traded tea. Tea came from China.
Whoa!
Tea from we traded the tea for opioids and made them addicted to them, and that ran down the prices and also gave us a foothold in their country for a bit.
Yeah, and as we all know, crumpets are French.
Are they?
Yeah. What do you mean? Are they?
I've never heard
Just-
of crumpets
just-
being French before.
Just listen to the word crumpet. That's definitely that's so French.
I will look this up.
I'm also googling this really quickly right now. I'm not sure if Dim's taking the piss or if he's.
Oh, I was meaning this as a little teasing jab, but if it's actually true.
Originated in the
funny.
17th century as thin pancakes made from a flour, milk, and egg base. Tea time treat.
Celtic or Welsh?
What country invented Wales? Yes, the only good thing to come out of Wales other than sheep.
Oh yeah, Wales also exists.
Of course,
Whales.
whales exist. They're all in the
Yeah.
ocean. Why would that be called into question?
No, I mean the country.
Sorry.
Wearable
Oh.
did establish that, Wales does exist. It's just England that doesn't.
Clearly, Scotland exists then too.
Oh yeah, Scotland also exists.
I'm I'm quarter Scottish at this point.
Okay, well, quarter Scottish, and what's the other 3/4?
Quarter Scottish, quarter Welsh, unfortunately. And half English. But I was
English
born. I
doesn't
was born in
exist. England doesn't exist, Rob.
No, he said English.
stuck in
That means
nebulosa void.
that means he's half American. That's what he's saying.
Oh, good point. Yeah, he
Oh,
is half
you
American.
fucking
We are English.
Don't you
We
fucking dare.
speak English.
I feel so sorry for you.
You speak English, but you fucking bastards threw our tea into the ocean, and then decided you didn't want to be English. So no, you're not English anymore.
What are you on about?
We
Yeah, what are you
allowed
going on
fuckers
about?
to.
I think he's talking
You
about the
conspired
technique-
with the French to go solo and do your own thing, and you know what? It's a lucky fucking escape for Britain.
Listen, the French are great guys. Don't get me wrong. Like they had that whole revolution about the time that we, like, were first initiated.
That's the best thing. They assisted you in winning your independence, and then all of those
Independence
nobles
from
who
what?
assisted you got their head cut off.
Independence from what?
From the people whose colony you were. Oh, and England, no, no more. England doesn't want the colonies back. We've seen the fucking dumpster fire that they've evolved into, and we want no part of that. I'm pretty sure like most Brits are working on a way to get Trump out of our golf courses in Scotland. We want no fucking part of that orange baby in his dumpster fire of a country.
Oh no.
Okay, moving
Now
on.
we're delving into
I do
politics.
I do hope you know that Trump has been out of office for 2 years.
Oh no. Guys.
I can't. What did you say? What did you say there, Raharu?
Trump has been out of office for 2 years. Why the hell are you
I
talking?
know. I know the orange baby's fucking gone. He's still, unfortunately for you lot, he's still the most
Why
known
are we talking
American
about
at the
Willy
moment in
Wonka
other
and the Chocolate
countries.
Factory? Let's just get on with the game.
Oh, I see it, Howard.
Let's
Now that I've
not-
turned to
let's-
taking the piss out of America, now it's all. Oh, let's
No.
focus on the game instead of taking the piss out of
No,
England.
it's because you would have
No,
pissed
no,
off.
this is just an uncomfortable topic. Sorry.
Yeah, you could have pissed off half of Zim's audience. Potentially.
I mean, I don't...
Again,
Zim should have known, knowing me, that if you're gonna take the piss out of England, I'm gonna flip it back and hit you where it hurts.
hey, look,
do realize
we
we
can
do
talk
this
about
ourselves.
we can talk about Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory and all of his little minions as much as we want.
All right, everybody. Welcome to the stream. I am Raw Zim. I had to start the recording when we. So basically, for those on YouTube and just joining us here on Twitch, I opened up Twitter I opened up Twitter today to a tweet from Where to Mole saying that England does not exist. And I, of course, had to share that with my British friend here, Rob. And then, of course, Where to Mole came in here. And yeah, it was great. And I had to record all of that. But anyways, thank you all so much for coming on by. I am Razim, and this is Guild Tales Dungeons and Dragons, Season 2, Episode 31, Turtle Talk Time. I am going to turn it over now to Digi for introductions.
Hello, everyone. I am the storyteller of Guild Tales, the mastermind of all events, and the shepherd for this little group right here. So we're going to begin with the top of the order. Archenier, by all means, introduce yourself.
Hello, I'm Rob.
We'll just go from left to right from Fantasy Grounds.
Oh, okay.
Which Rob is still first, so.
Yeah. You interrupted me to tell me I was going first. Thanks, Sim. Hello, I am Rob. I am playing Koredan the Artificer.
Greetings, Koredan.
Oh, it's me?
No,
Cyrus,
Stein would be next.
Hello, I'm Wolstein, and I'll be Cyrus, the ranger and druid.
Include your species for people, come on.
Ah, yes, I'm the owlin. Apologies there.
Hey, Archneer, what was your species again?
Pile of laundry.
As dubbed by Element's subordinates.
Yes.
So you're the same species as the thing that lives in...
So these intros are a new thing, and apparently we're going to need to rehearse these better. I
sent you what I was going to say beforehand.
Oh, yeah,
and you said,
did.
Yep, that's fine.
You were fine, Rob. I was pointing for Cyrus to do it. Like, Rob, you had a perfectly legitimate excuse that I have approved of, but Cyrus didn't.
No worries, that was apologies. That was a quick call on my end.
Legitimate excuse of I've not told the party yet what I am.
To introduce himself.
He is not an NPC anymore.
Fair enough.
NPC vibes.
If you would.
Yeah, I thought the order was Cyrus, Graham, then Koredan, then Lute, then Nim, then Krei, then Element.
No, we're going by
you're
fantasy
going off the... Yeah, the actual fantasy grounds are not the stream.
Oh. That makes more sense.
Yeah, the thing that's at the top of the screen in Fantasy Grounds.
Lute, if you would begin your introduction.
This is going well.
Hello, I am playing Lute, the rabbit dancer. Dancer is a third-party class, and it is a martial support class. Continuing on.
I will also be playing Nim's companion Silver, the awakened wolf, was it? Ascended? Which one was it?
Noble wolf is the technical species. So with Silver, it's complicated.
Yes. Element?
I am Element the Fox Paladin.
Fair enough. Very straightforward. Graham?
Well, that's what I wanted, and I figured, everybody would just be like, okay, so Element went, so now Graham goes, and then Krei, but apparently no.
I am playing Graham Ashfell, the Hexblade Warlock and War Priest Cleric.
Amazing.
He is also a
rabbit. And rabbit, yes. He is an albino rabbit.
Krei?
Yes, sorry. I was mentally preparing myself like I'm after Graham, and then just brain not work. I am the Fox Bard who plays Krei the Crow, who is the party's monk. And, occasional voice of reason, also maybe evil bad guy. We don't know yet.
Many things are left undetermined.
Oh. Hey, I just realized Fantasy Grounds has apparently made the dice bigger and separated the D100 die.
Oh! Yeah, it did. I was wondering what that was doing there.
Zim putting off his introduction.
I am Zim, and I am playing Nimmotar Bonechomp, the noble wolf, which noble wolf is a sentient feral wolf, blade singer wizard that also has access to the paladin spell list, because he used to be a paladin. I will be doing these intros every week, and hopefully next time they'll go a lot smoother than this one.
I don't know. This had its own rustic charm to it.
It didn't go too badly.
All right.
It was
so
the first time.
it was the first time that we started doing these. I kind of, one of our other DMs started doing it, and I'm like, this is actually a really good idea to do every week instead of just jumping into the game and hoping that the viewers have any idea of what's going on with who. But anyways, small thing to note is that for those on YouTube, you can come join us live over here on Twitch. For those that are new to the campaign, Guild Tales has been going for a while. You can always, we do recaps near the beginning of every episode, so if you do want to catch up, I mean, it's not perfect, but we do go over basically everything each week with the recap, so you can always just go through the YouTube playlist and watch the first, 15 minutes of each episode. Still a lot of episodes, but far easier to get through than, however many hours we've actually put into this campaign. But
That's
yeah.
because we're like a bunch of cats that need herded.
Yeah.
Need herded.
One more thing to note here. We do have we are starting to do Stream Pirates. We've been doing Stream Raiders for a couple years now here on the channel, and I now have access to their new game, Stream Pirates. So, this is going to be an adventure for all of us, because I have no idea how it works. We're going to find out together, though. And yeah, let's go ahead and go with the recap, Krei, and then followed by Koredan.
All right, so last time on Guild Tales, we had some confrontations within the party. After the fact, everyone had started going about their own general business. I think Krei went home first. Once we determined that Lute was at least safe, I think Krei went home. And after he had went home, I know we left off wanting to all go to see Nim. I'm just trying to remember how we got there, because Krei was at home. No. We went to see Nim. That's right. We went to see Nim, and Krei was able to tell him then that Lute Tutor had done the thing with the mana piece. Graham was stating that, right, he spoke to Graham about it first. That's what happened. And Graham believed that he had been brainwashed by the Orsov to a point of, no longer being able to think independently of them. Krei does not properly believe that after having seen Lute Tutor's capabilities as an individual. So he conveyed to the party his own distrust of that notion. But it had been conveyed to the party. And this was briefly after Lute had shown up at Krei's house to try to get back into his good graces, from which Krei had told him to go out and to find where they had put the white mana piece that Lute had taken back. With that being said, I do believe Lute and blanking on name, Cyrus, Lute and Cyrus had gone off on their own to try and find said piece. And I feel like I'm forgetting something.
Well, before your discoveries was Cyrus's day when he visited a Rakdos academy.
Oh yeah, I forgot all about that. I'm sorry.
Afterwards, Nim was very incensed. And then we go to Koredan as he took Koredan basically on an adventure back home through the tree.
Oh yeah, how could I forget about that? That was cool too.
Yes.
Very.
I don't know why, but I felt like that was 2 sessions ago and not last session.
Because it was 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, no, probably, yeah.
Koredan, would you mind telling us how that went?
Ah, yes. Nim explained to Koredan after realizing that Koredan had somehow fallen, teleported, etc., from another plane and had no way of getting back, that he could accompany and bring Koredan along with him back to his plane to, say his goodbyes, acquire any equipment he needed from his home, and return. And so they did so, going through the helpful dryad tree in the garden, which is some eldritch monstrosity Koredan does not understand, but now knows not to mess with. Upon arriving, it took a moment to... before heading out, Koredan fitted both the Nim and Silver with respirators so that they could survive and not, get poisoned horribly to death. On arrival, and they arrived and teleported to the workshop where Koredan had previously been stationed, finding it in ruined shambles, collapsed, pierced through the ceiling in several places, and generally scattered with chemicals and hazards. Covered a few items, some useful bits of equipment, a special storage chest that belonged to Koredan containing his personal effects, whilst Nim and Silver went off and explored, recovering many bright and shiny baubles, including click-clacks or mechanical keyboards, miniature suns, also known as light bulbs, and a few other pretty shiny objects, including, I believe, a computer monitor. And computer and a good length of cable. Upon recovering what little materials they could and not bringing back anyone else alive, as there was no one there, Nim and Koredan and Silver all returned to Ravnica, back through the evil enchanted tree that's not evil. And Koredan, I believe, is now staying in Krei's house again. The end.
The end.
Koredan also witnessed Krei stabbing his chest.
Ah, yes, and Krei decided that the best way to open a chest was to stab it repeatedly with a knife.
Yeah, it was a weird chest thing that came out of the portal, and no one told Krei what to do about it. So he was like, "Well, might as well open it." And then it started fighting him.
It didn't fight. It resisted. It resisted your efforts to open it.
So I stabbed it because that's unnatural. This thing was acting like a mimic.
Wouldn't it really bring back a mimic, though?
I don't know.
Does that sound like a Nim thing
I legitimately don't know.
I would have to say there is a very good chance that as long as the mimic didn't hurt Nim, there was a chance Nim would try to bring it back.
Very probably, maybe.
You guys are not wrong.
Fair, I suppose.
Also, I'd like to remind you, Krei, that in this world, there is an entire Simic district that is nothing but mimics that people live in.
Wait, what?
Ooh,
That's
that
a
sounds
big.
interesting.
We passed through it when we were fighting Felix, or going to fight Felix.
I don't remember that.
I am not surprised.
Honestly, don't remember that. What the heck?
No, yeah, I remember that now. That was a
I
thing.
must, I must have spaced out on
Which
that.
means you probably just stabbed someone's pet mimic.
I remember we had a pet mimic in Tales of Merilith.
Ah, yes. It is time to begin because I cannot remember anything else particularly, though I am trying to think. So, whom shall we begin with? Perhaps, what is the pair of Lute and Cyrus doing?
My own concern.
Yeah, Lute's been thinking to himself, and he comes to a conclusion, telling Cirrus, I don't think antagonizing the Orsov is in the best interest of them.
No. But first, what is this I've been hearing about assassinations?
Oh, yeah, Krei tried to get me killed by sending an assassin after me.
Well, you're alive, so did they happen to tell you why?
Why Krei did that?
I'm just wondering if you need to stay away from the group for a while, and I can help with that.
I happen to have took their white mana piece.
Owl just throws a quick check around, make sure that was kept mostly between us if we're kind of moving along. Okay, let's just see what your plan is then. I'll just stick with you for the moment.
All right, we're going to go to the Orsov headquarters and look into our group a little, see who's on better terms, since I am mostly only aware of who this group is particularly pissed off.
Okay, whatever. What am I getting tangled up in? All right. Lead the way.
All right, and Lute ends up going to the Orsov district. He's going to go to a information broker.
I expect one of your usual contacts. Are you going back to your former place of work?
If that's where I need to get the information from, then yes.
Aha. Cyrus, this is going to be very interesting for you.
Yes, you're going to the brothel, not a brothel, entertainment house.
Iris has been here twice before.
Yes, the brothel, not brothel, of course.
Yes, everyone knows that one.
My notes were deleted.
It's
I
the
don't
adult
know what it's
entertainment center.
Gosh.
I can't remember what it was called. It was the something saxophone.
Something saxophone.
Never mind. So,
The Scarlet Sax.
Yeah,
So-
Scarlet Sax.
da, 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 da.
So at Scarlet Saxophone, I guess I go walk into a particular corner, place some gold pieces on my table, flip my menu over to a particular page and place it down. To signal for
Your
the information
informant is
broker.
brought to your table.
So, nice day we've been having.
Quite.
I'm
Yesterday
looking...
was quite exciting for you, wasn't it?
Yes, it has distracted me for the moment. I'm looking to become a little more focused.
So what is it that you need then?
I know the enemies of Group A, but I would like to know who are in particularly good terms.
Particularly good terms.
Yes, and that might be a tall order, but surely they must have made a good impression somewhere.
You would be correct. There are some who seem to favor them. There are two of more notable individuals, with a third that's, well, formerly wasn't a very prominent figure, but is making himself known. The two biggest names would one be Raylil Rainarm, which shows an interest in the group more so than most others, in the fact that he continues to hound them, so it seems, and they continue to draw his attention. So we can assume that there's some relationship there.
Interesting. Maybe something to tap in the future.
Past that is Commander Golkasa. And that's the interesting part, because people aren't friends with Commander Golkasa. And yet, somehow, someway, after standing in his way during a mission and assaulting him physically, he has taken a very strong affinity to the group. Probably due to the fact that they survived. He has shown some favoritism towards the group in that he lets them into the office whenever they are even present, and has rapidly promoted the Boros member of their group, Elemen, to a guild representative.
They would probably be the easiest to talk to.
The informant's eyes are going to narrow. Are you sure? Commander Golkasa is a very punch first, talk later kind of man.
I'm skilled at negotiations. It should go well. But I'll take what you say under advisement.
Thirdly would be a large turtle and apparently a former dungeon guardian named Malt. He was a guardian of a green piece in the Selesnya district. And then they unearthed his temple and rent it asunder. He has been a very prominent figure because he is powerful and part of the old Selesnya. So by technicality, he is of higher status than the council.
Yeah.
Admittedly, he must defer to them, but he has more respect than they do. So they must lend an ear when he talks. Apart from that, we don't know any other outstanding figures that seem to favor the party.
Yes, I figured it would be a little limited of a list, if anyone at all, but thank you. I think he'll slide over maybe 10 gold, unless he needs more.
No, this is information that they'd already had. You just didn't ask about it before.
Right. But 10 gold for his time, at least.
Yes, that much is fine.
All right, I go and I leave the table after him, and I tell Cirrus what information I got, and well, not all the information. I tell him that we are going to Commander Gulkasa
Of the Boros.
of the Boros to borrow a cup of tea.
What is with you and tea? All right. All right, well, whatever. And Digi, if I might ask, is this a prominent member that even Sirs would be aware of, or no?
Commander Golkasa's reputation precedes him, so to say, in that he is a one-man army.
Yes.
He is a very, very powerful member of the Boros, and takes orders only directly from the angels themselves. And he is one, proficient in battle, 2, proficient in law enforcement, 3, proficient in intimidation, and 4, proficient in mass destruction.
I love master.
The
Even
mass
better.
destruction proficiency. I should get that one on my next level up.
Neon, if this
Called your
goes
mana ability.
Neon, if this goes sideways, I can only do so much to get you out, you know? Just so you know.
Yeah,
So
you haven't even
please don't do anything too foolish.
heard how I'm going to win him over.
There are rumors that Commander Golkasa has yet to be defeated in a fight.
Yeah, I am going to win him over by dueling him.
No.
Hey,
Are
man,
you
you
certain?
don't have to worry about it anymore, I guess.
Are you sure about this, Neon?
I thought our discussion yesterday was that we don't kill the characters.
I'm not trying to get him killed. This guy needs
You are
to be
going to
1-0.
get him. No, you are going to get yourself killed trying to even duel him.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Nim died when he dueled him, but like because I think there was some situation going on where he could just get
No.
revived.
During their early introductions, Nim asked, "Can I be your friend?" Golkasa said, "You can be my friend if I can punch you." Nim said yes, and so he hit him for like 38 damage and sent him through a door and flying down a hallway. But he lived.
But he lived.
Yeah.
He had
Anyway,
like 2 health left after that.
yeah.
Yes.
So I'm going to duel Gulkasa.
How? Also,
Okay.
Eleni
Okay,
may or may not
hold
be
up,
at
hold
the
up.
chorus right now.
Hold on.
Yep.
Why are you trying to win over Gulkasa?
Because Golkasa has a positive connection to us. He's someone who has earned favor with us, so he's trying to kind of vicariously earn favor.
So, Lute.
That's not going to work.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. You're okay.
So, Lute,
okay.
what are you trying to do
You're
before
okay.
I even tag along with this?
I am trying to win over Golkasa to borrow his piece of white mana.
I got it.
Explain
no.
to me why you think you can just simply borrow a piece.
One does not simply borrow the mana.
Party's
I've heard, I haven't seen, I've heard the lengths you've gone through for the one. Why do you think you can just simply get this from this one?
Well, you never know until you try.
Lute, I question your survivability at this rate. But okay.
Why does... For some reason, I feel like everyone thinks I'm going to die.
I wonder why.
No, it will be fine. I will live and be very happy. Gulkasa will love me.
Right
Well,
before you
let's
said,
go.
right before you said fine, I thought you said it was. I thought you were gonna say it's gonna be funny.
It might be.
Yeah, it probably will be.
This is when we lose Lute as a personal servant to Gokasa, granting extra attacks.
Yeah, so
As
yeah.
pancake.
So yeah, we'll take a taxi to the Boros.
All right.
Sirius
Yeah.
is barely
Jingle
containing
wagon,
the
that'll take you
nervousness.
Also, by the way, Elemi may or may not be there. Because,
yes.
because the last time, because after visiting Malt, he went back to the Boros.
Right. Of course.
Oh, yay. Good.
So, you are taken to the Boros headquarters. However, they won't just let you in.
Okay. Are you just saying I'm there, trying
Yeah.
to find a way in?
Well, like, you can walk in, but, like, you can't go very far, as you don't have an appointment, are not a member of the guild, and this is very clearly your first time inside, even.
I'll write a letter of introduction on the spot, and I'll put Element's name on it.
You'll write it in front of him and be like, "This is from Element."
Yeah.
Cyrus is just staring at you incredulously for a moment.
I need this to be given to General Gukasa. Oh, and I brought a waffle.
Waffle.
Ah, yes, the
Okay.
signal of peace.
Cyrus is desperately trying to contain the concern and
I see. They agree that this must be very important if this needs to be brought to Golkasa,
I have
Who-
brought the waffle.
who very much hates paperwork of any form.
Little did they know he also hates waffles.
So I come in, or sorry, you're the DM.
No, by all means.
I take a few steps. I'm a little nervous, but I shake it off. This is my specialty. I'm the connections guy. This can be the thing I do. Anyway,
Of course.
yeah. And I place a package of waffles on his desk.
Impossible.
It's like there is
So
an impossibly huge dire bear sitting in his office in full plate as you are brought to his office. Then I assume you march inside and just place the waffles on his desk.
Yes.
Am I with Lute or am I outside in the forward area?
That is your choice.
Yeah, Cyrus is gonna play it safe, and I'm sorry, Lute, you're on your own.
You're sitting in the waiting room.
Yeah.
Aye, then I guess I have no choice.
Also,
but
I would like to know, where'd you get these waffles?
Waffle House.
So the same ones from several days ago that are stale as hell by now?
No, I bought new waffles. I didn't go back to Krei's house and say, "Can I borrow a cup of waffles?"
Wait, when?
Just
all right.
I retconned it. If you want me to not have waffles, then fine. I don't have waffles.
All right. No, if you want waffles, you can probably have made a stop at some place and just bought takeout waffles.
Yeah.
Waffle House.
Okay. Just try to announce these in advance a little, if possible.
Sorry. Anyway,
You're
I
an
have
experienced
waffles.
D&D player. You know how it works. If you didn't
And
say you did it, it doesn't count.
Alright. So I don't have waffles. I walk in and I say, "General Gulkasa, on behalf of Element, I challenge you to a duel. If I
behalf of Element.
Yes, on behalf of Element. If I take your heart, then you must let him borrow a piece of white mana."
He's gonna look at you.
And I
You roll a dexterity save right now.
He's gonna backhand you through 3 walls, my friend.
I'm sorry, but that's not enough. As he looks at you, stands up, picks up his entire desk, and brings it down on top of you.
Is this heard out in the lobby?
It quakes the building.
Almost certainly it has.
I am listening, but
I'm under the desk right now, so I throw out my
all right. Let's see. Hold on. Let me just boulder toss.
Oh God.
That was 40 damage.
Ow.
Ranch.
If Lute didn't have that temp HP, that would have been absolutely devastating.
Cool, because he's got multi-attack.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it's going to be devastating, don't worry.
Multi-boulder toss?
Feel...
Yes.
Is Bolkasa really just trying to kill him just straight up?
Wait, did he pick up the desk, slam it on me, smash it into pieces, pick up the rubble, and smash it on me again?
Yes.
He cracked the desk in half over your head, and then he used the 2 halves of the desk to sandwich you.
Then, upon noticing that you're still alive, he's gonna, kneel down. Alright, you're a sturdy one. Now why don't we try that again? Starting with, who the fuck are you? Who the fuck?
Lute, Tudor, I'm here on behalf of Elman to borrow a piece of white mana.
You're not.
Not what?
Element doesn't send people on his behalf, he fucking escorts them. Second, white mana? Who the fuck are you kidding? but you
Ow.
might not be full of shit. Let's let that little introduction be us returning to neutral grounds. And he calls out, "Get Element! I know he's here!" Element, you're being summoned. Apparently, someone named Lute Tudor came here using your name.
Element blinks. Element at first. Element it doesn't. I mean, he's getting ready to go there because he's been summoned by Commander Gaza. But once Lute's name is said, and they said that Element just blinks and just says, "Huh? Okay. I am coming right now." Element is heading there.
Sirs just perks up. Element?
Oh, sir.
You hear it from the waiting room, by the way. Get Element, I know he's here. Along with the smashing beforehand.
Wait, I heard all that.
You felt it. You
Okay.
You're just sitting there like, oh no, what does the boss want with me now?
Oh,
I'm just
there's
in the waiting room. Don't mind me.
yeah, there's just a disturbance in the force.
I felt a disturbance.
And Element is going to look at Cyrus and just giving away since he doesn't have time to properly talk as he's being summoned. And then he enters the office.
There is a familiar rabbit collapsed on the floor with the remains of Golkasa's desk on and piercing him.
You call, Commander? What's the matter?
Yeah, cool. Who is this little shit? Who is this little shit?
Element looks down. Lute, what the heck are you doing here?
He says.
Lute, you may collect yourself again as you are being given time, but not help.
Well, I pick myself up, debris falling from my body.
Element sees how badly hurt you are, and he immediately touches your shoulder and uses lay on hand in you, giving you 30 HP.
Ooh.
You feel a lot better as pieces of stone and wood are being pushed out of your body. Also, your broken bones are being mended.
I was trying to get a piece of white mana.
Element blink. He's going to rub his temple.
Well, I'm gonna kill him.
Don't kill him, Commander. This is. I need to talk with this person. I have no idea what the hell it's on his mind, but there's something I need to speak with. I apologize.
Right. If I may get the facts straight, he came in here without your permission, walked up to me and lied.
He definitely came here without my knowledge. That's for sure.
But I did come here on his behalf.
On my behalf, without my consent.
I think you misunderstand what going somewhere on someone's behalf means. It means they literally sent you. That might just be a clerical thing for
I
you.
should have said for his sake.
Yes. If you want to reckon that, I'll be down.
No, we'll keep it.
No, you stick with it.
Yeah.
We'll keep it.
Okay.
I'm just hoping the duel won this guy over.
That wasn't a duel. That was you getting your face smashed in.
I mean, it's your turn if you want to continue.
It depends what he'll consider it. Can I insight and see if that would actually make him impressed?
I mean, he did stop and say, "Well, you're durable."
Yeah,
let's consider
You,
that
you surviving was him basically like, okay, I'll give you one chance for me to not kill you.
Alright, so the duel's over. I impressed him enough already.
We'll say you're neutral with him right now.
Okay.
Look, Element.
Yes.
It,
No, not here. Come to my quarters, you and Cyrus, and please explain to me what the hell is going on right now. Come with me. Come with me before your death is guaranteed.
right, he's gonna come with Element.
Have I been fetched?
Yes, I'm coming.
You have been fetched.
I'm fetching you to, and Element is basically taking both of you to his house.
Cyrus's
Element.
beak has dropped at the sight of Lute.
He looks hot. However, Element and Lute, as you're walking down the hall, four members of the Boros are already bringing a replacement table, looking like the exact same one, back to Golkasa's office.
I have a really important question. Is the paperwork sitting on top of the desk the exact same as well?
Yes.
It is not.
No.
They will have to pick it up because he will not.
We have
That
someone on standby who just casts mend and repairs the papers as needed.
Yes.
Probably. Considering that they have a stash of replacement desks, yes, they do.
Anyway, this went.
Replacement desk number 3 this week.
Yeah.
Well, they also have more replacement doors.
Yeah.
Oh no. I mean, that one makes more sense though.
Oh, and I was in negotiations.
What kind of negotiations were you trying to accomplish with my commander?
Getting a piece of white mana.
Element Rush system. You're trying to replace the white mana that you ceremoniously help steal from me by taking it from the Boros. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, that's pretty much sums it up.
Element is going to punch you in the face.
I'll take it. Roll for damage.
And we are
Welcome
at
to
place, right?
Face Punch.
Yes.
Channel your inner Gukasa. Send him flying through a wall.
Yeah, I took you guys back to my place before we began talking.
I think that's the most violent reaction that Element has ever had to someone telling him something.
Don't have an attack for a punch.
You just roll. It's
unless you have melee, unless you have some fist proficiency, it is 1 and your strength modifier.
Oh, okay.
But you still roll to attack in case you crit.
What dice should I do?
It would be a melee attack. So.
Oh.
It's basically your dice roll plus your strength modifier. You get jack squat for it.
But as I said, he's going to take it on purpose, so an 11 will work.
So let's see. 1 plus your strength modifier would be
5.
5 it is.
Cyrus visibly flinches, but does not act uncertain of the situation.
As I spit out some blood.
Being in the Boros.
not many things piss me off, you know. And you have actually managed. What the hell? What the hell are you thinking in your head right now, Lute? I thought you were smarter than that. Aren't you supposed to be an information individual?
Out of character. I thought that too. Back in character. Well, I thought maybe I could maneuver this situation.
You are trying to run away from the mess you caused by taking something from somebody else. You do understand that's wrong, right?
With their permission.
Huh?
With their permission.
What do you mean their permission?
I wasn't going to take it against their will. If I wanted to find out where they're hiding a piece of white, I could have done that too.
Well, I suppose you are trying to do this the straightforward path, but I do not think this will ever work.
It's a tough negotiation, but I think it can be negotiated.
I am going to give you that actually trying to challenge my commander is actually the proper way to get on his good graces. But if you try that again, you are not going to survive. I can guarantee you that. What I said?
I don't know. Maybe.
You're not going to survive. You do realize that whatever he did to you is barely anything that is barely 1% of what he's capable of, correct? The fact that you are alive right now is actually kind of scary.
Look, it has to be done.
What do you mean it has to be done? This isn't your only choice. You know that.
It's the only one presented to me at this point.
Really? What makes you say that?
If I take from the Boros, they will take it out on the group. Right now, I need to keep the different factions neutral with the group.
Do you mean the Orzhov? Or
yeah, I think you were.
I thought you were trying to do this fair with the Boros.
I am doing it fair with the Boros. I meant I'm not trying to. I can't steal from the Orzhov.
But you allow the Orzhov to steal from us. You
Yes,
don't realize how messed up that is, right?
Yes, but the way your piece was also stolen from them.
He meant to say your piece was stolen by them, and has been since returned.
Was that piece originally from the Orzhov? I thought that was originally from the Boros.
No, the piece that Nim stole was from the Orzhov.
Yes,
okay.
But he can't get it back, and I think he was making the argument that technically the Orzhov basically stole every white piece and almost made off with them.
Yeah, the Orzhov originally stole all the white pieces and tried to keep them for themselves. The only reason why Nim was keeping that one is due to his own whims. I have no idea why he wanted to keep that one in particular, but I wasn't gonna take him from him, since as long as he had the piece, that means that the Seekers wouldn't have it.
Technically speaking,
it
wasn't specifically from the Orzhov. It wasn't specifically the Orzhov's piece that Nim kept. It was just that Nim kind of, we had a big bag of them, and we specifically did not the one missing piece was just simply not returned to the Orzhov.
True.
But it could have been, the Selesnia's piece that Nim actually kept, or something else,
Well,
Who knows
I
whose
think by
actual
virtue
piece.
of returning every other piece, that it kind of makes that piece the Orzov's piece. Because
Yeah. It doesn't really matter because I don't think the manas discriminate like that.
But if you don't
If you-
want me to fail, you can at least tell me something I can use in these negotiations. Some leverage or favor.
What makes you think that you could give anything to Commander Gukasa or any other part of the boroughs that would let us let you borrow one of our white mana? You don't understand how important those things, right?
It is important, but it's also all in one place. Perfect for the seekers.
Yeah.
And, at least
with-
according to you guys, it's important for you to have all of them.
Element shakes his head. I do not care to have the manas myself. That is something that is something that Nim seeks specifically.
Mm-hmm.
But either way, the white manas are being guarded at the boroughs very thoroughly already because they were already stolen once. They're not going to let them off the grasp. I honestly don't think that there's anything that you can do to convince Commander Lucasa otherwise. Especially not as you are right now.
I can at least plant the seeds.
Listen, Commander. There's only two things that Commander Gokasa loves: violence and battle, and also physical activity. I do not think you would be able to really meet up his expectations in that regard. I can barely meet them right now.
Mm.
And I know you said that you wouldn't want to steal them, but don't even think about it.
I'm not going to steal them. But look, I'm going to turn this around either way. I'm going to give it a shot. And he starts to walk towards the general again.
Element is gonna grab your shoulder for a moment. Okay, listen. At least let me be there just to make sure that you not trip over your foot when it comes to talking to the commander.
All right.
As much as I want to stop you, I think you're dead set on doing this. Emphasis on dead. Okay, let's go. Are you coming, Cyrus?
Oh,
Deep and powerful concern.
first,
Yes.
I need one question asked, Element.
Yes. Do ask whatever you.
The tooth you requested earlier on the previous day. Why?
Oh. Actually.
You do realize what you requested, right?
Element blinks for a moment, then he rubs his chin, and then you suddenly see his face hit upon a really bad realization. Oh, I didn't think about it like that at that moment.
Okay, I just wanted to check that was a lapse of judgment.
It was a lapse of judgment on my part. The whole
Okay.
the whole thing was Graham wanted to borrow a thief to make sure that somebody wouldn't run away, because he was trying to reunite a friend of his with his long lost, well, not lost, but rather his or rather his former wife. It's
Estranged family members.
Strange family member. It's a bit of a complicated situation, and Graham just thought that the guy would run away the moment he saw her.
So it was not your request you were passing. Okay.
Yeah.
Either
It was
way.
it was Graham's. Listen, the only reason why I asked in the first place because I knew Graham wouldn't have used something like that.
No worries. I just needed to make sure I don't have to take drastic actions is all.
Drastic
Okay.
action.
Let's go.
Okay. What do you mean by drastic actions? If you don't mind me asking.
You asked for something suitable for abduction. I was worried if I'd have to report that.
He didn't really ask for it for abduction. Well, I guess it could be used for abduction.
Cyrus has already been abducted once. Cyrus
I
knows the
know.
risks of this.
Yeah, I was like, there was the risk of it being used for abduction, but that wasn't what it was requested for.
Everything
Yeah.
but the remark of to prevent someone from running away.
Yes.
Oh, that was great.
Element nuts. Okay, I understand where you're coming from. It was a very poor choice of words on my part, especially especially because you kind of got kidnapped a few days earlier.
Mhm.
I am really sorry.
No.
Sometimes I put my foot in my own mouth. I admit.
Okay, well, at the very least, I can work with that. All right, that said, yes, I'll tag along, if only to make sure this fellow. Well, I can't say make sure, but I'll try to help keep him alive.
There's only so much I can heal. I don't think I was able to heal him fully with my laying hands.
Don't worry, I can heal plenty if need be.
Okay.
Speaking of, before we go, one cure wounds for Lute. As I just walking up to try to make sure they're okay for the rest of this. They're going to need it.
Thank you.
Let's see, cure. Let's see if I do this right. Yay!
Yay, one.
You healed the punch he did to me.
Basically.
Yeah.
Wait, did that? Okay, it did apply. Yay. All right, let's go. Let's go.
He
Okay.
walked.
Enemy
Sorry.
is leading you back to Commander Gukaz's office.
He's there. Replacement desk, rubble, and papers back on his desk, and like, oh, you're back.
This guy really wants to talk to you, Commander Gukaza. Do forgive him. He's a little bit crazy.
He's just gonna shrug and look back over to Lute. Tiny man. Let's start again.
General Kukasa, I've come for the sake of Element and his party. I have lost them through my own actions, their piece of white mana, and need to get a replacement, especially, or at least that's what Nim says that he requires, especially to counter the Seekers and the Seraphim.
It was Krei who said that, not Nim.
Well, we're sticking with it.
Okay.
All right. So you came here to me so that because ours is the easiest one to get.
Because yours is the one that can be obtained the most amicably.
Elamin rubs his chin. Elamin rubs his chin at that.
So, because we could do it with him being willing, rather than trying to take it from someone else.
Hmm.
There are certainly easier ways, but not ways that wouldn't draw the
That wouldn't put a bullseye on the party's back.
or throw the guild system into turmoil.
All right. I'll allow you to roll persuasion.
Elamin is right there, so you. Oh wait, no, that's on saving rolls, not on actual rolls.
Well, here's everything.
It's pretty good, and he is listening instead of smashing you with his new desk.
General Kokasa, you know.
I would like to know what their budget for desks is at this place.
Listen. It's not a budget for desks. It's a budget for Golkasa in general.
The Golkasa Angry Discretionary Fund.
Yeah.
General Kokasa, you know how dangerous the Seekers are and the steps that they have taken to discover them and to find out. This piece would help with that immensely, and as soon as the Seekers are finished, obviously it would default back to you. There's no need for them to keep it on a permanent basis.
I wouldn't allow that if Nim tried.
All right. Suppose you're not incorrect, but don't worry. I've taken measures to make sure that there's one piece they'll not be getting so easily.
Excellent.
So, you want one for Nim?
Yes.
I don't know. I do not know the details, but apparently an angel came to him and told him that he needed to obtain one piece of each mana. But I have no details in about this conversation. That's all I know. That is the reason why he wants them in the first place.
So you're real determined to get this thing because you're the one that lost it for them.
Yes.
Tell you what. And he's going to take out a dagger, put his arm on the table, and look at you before tracing a line along his arm.
Element's eyes widen.
You see, they can make some real small bags of holding nowadays. It's pretty impressive. And I have taken measures to make sure that they can't just take it off me. So, obviously, I can keep it on my person at all times if I just heal the wound afterwards.
Oh no, yeah, I hope he's not asking me to steal it from him.
He's asking if you're determined enough to cut open his arm and take it.
Oh. Yes. He walks up and he takes the knife. Stabby.
All right, I'm going to add a dagger to your sheet, and you're going to be rolling a luck dice because he's not telling you where it is.
Whoa,
in
what?
His arm.
Can I insight him to try to see where he's like indicating subconsciously where it is?
You may.
I feel
Roll
like he's
medicine to
just
see an
literally
abnormal
just
bulge.
locked eye contact with you.
What
You're
is
not
with
wrong.
Okay, my insight was 9. I doubt that's good enough.
No, he's locking eyes with you, and you feel kind of intimidated for very clear reasons. This man might be kind of, perhaps a little nuts.
He might not
your
even.
initial impression.
It might not even be in him. This could just be a test to see if I'm willing to do it. So I go in there and I do a.
You already had a dagger.
Yeah, I do a slit. And I guess I'll do a D20 because
he's at the top of the combat tracker. Roll it on him and roll damage. These muscles are thick.
Extra
Wait.
thick.
Combat tracker. Gold Casa, there we go. I need to roll an attack on him.
Yes.
Okay, dagger.
Pretty good. He's not moving, so it'll only be effective if you crit fail or crit hit. So let's see what's up.
And I do 6 damage to him.
All right, it's work cutting through his. It's work even cutting past his fur. Let's say that much.
And I'm going to cut myself in a similar way.
Okay, but why?
But why?
To make it fair.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, what's that giant's name in the Arthur tales? Is like, you can cut off my head, but I'm gonna cut off yours next.
That is the Green Knight.
Yeah, the Green Knight.
And it's not, he doesn't say he'll cut off his head. He says, you deal one blow to me and I will do one just as great to you in a year's time.
Yeah, I remember hearing that when I was a child.
He's sitting there. You have drawn blood, but you have not found it.
Can I insight him again?
I mean, all right, go ahead.
Well, I mean, I don't have to.
If you wish, you might actually get some information. All right. So, now this is just some information. You didn't necessarily draw it from him, but looking at the arm, if there was a place to put it, it would probably be between the 2 bones in the forearm. That would be the trickiest place.
That's like nothing but vitals there.
Get it, pussy.
I would have to. Okay, apparently. Okay, I'm going to be very surgical now.
Get it, pussy.
Pussy. What?
Ferris is just taking a step back at this point.
Welcome to the craziness the party deals with every time they interact with some high level person.
Yes.
Stab in the spot it should be you.
Oh
Oh no. You
no!
somehow
Nim, you
man-
need a card.
Oh goodness.
Amazing.
One moment.
Isn't it just damage rolls? It's not to hit, right?
May I add how sick this is in terms of like, ew?
Golkasa is intense. When he's going to protect the peace, he's gonna take extreme measures that nobody would ever expect.
The funny thing here is, Nim is going to realize that this was not the one he had.
How will
How?
he know?
The smell.
Scent.
His scent's going to be nowhere on this.
Lute's not going to pretend it's the same one.
Is
so-
a mana piece capable of capable of carrying a scent? Isn't it just basically like pure magic?
Yeah,
that he
I,
was
This is when
keeping
it
in a
just
bag?
consumed.
Kind of up
Yeah.
to the DM here.
I-
This one
I
it just
would say
consumes
yes.
all of it.
It would probably not retain any other attributes as it is constantly emitting and would
Absorbing.
murder most anyone who would interact with it. Even Nim basically telepathically touches it.
yeah, I don't think the mana would keep smell, keep a scent. So this might actually work.
Yes, but Lute's not going to pretend it's the same one anyway.
Fair.
Oh, okay.
He's
Cramp.
just gonna say, "Here, I got you a mana piece back."
Yes.
Anyway, so what's the critical miss card I got?
Cramp. You deal half damage for 1d4 plus 1 rounds.
Oh, this is gonna take even longer. Your arm cramps. You hate everything about this.
You stab yourself, and your muscles contort.
Oh yeah,
not
that's
like
right.
it-
That's right. I have to stab myself. Oh wait,
Your
no, I didn't
muscles
even.
cramp in sympathy pain for Bolkasa, even though he's not showing any signs of pain. It's still happening.
Lute.
Another critical miss card.
Oh my god, Lute.
Seriously?
Yes, I got another one.
Now Luke's
Whoa.
going to die, but not for the reasons we thought.
Element is just looking at the scene in front of him, and he's kind of feeling sorry for Lute right now.
Hey, Golkasa is not an easy man to deal with. He is very intense.
Yeah, I stabbed him in the wrist, and instead of hurting him, I actually cramped my arm.
It's like the dagger bounces off of his muscles, and the reverberation damages you.
And
That is entirely possible.
Cyrus is just
Breathtaking.
off to this.
You cannot speak for 1d4 rounds.
Oh, what?
Oh, jeez.
Okay, first, let's see how long I'm cramped for. I'm cramped for 4 rounds, and I can't speak for 3 rounds. So they will
5
end at the
rounds that
same
you're
time.
cramped.
Oh, 5 rounds that I'm cramped,
1d4 plus 1.
and 3 rounds that I can't speak. Okay.
Alright, 4 rounds that you're cramped, 3 rounds for no speaking. Like,
Can I skip ahead to when I do it?
sure, just keep rolling.
Okay.
This is more traumatic than oh my
I
god.
need another.
Alright.
Another crit.
Can we
miss
just
card.
declare him dead at this point?
Okay, this is.
Draw the crit.
I think we
miss
need to do
card.
something about RNGesus because
You
this
know
is,
what? I'm gonna flush the system. I'm very curious.
This at this point. Just take 10. Just take 10.
I can't take 10.
Are the die weighted right
Would-
now?
I mean, I would allow it. Golkasa ain't moving and you've got a knife. and he has locked eyes with you.
This
The
is
only
this is
thing-
to the point where this is less a combat roll and more a medicine check.
This is
Alright.
poor Lute, who has been smashed by a desk, partially healed, and is back to attempt it again.
I mean, it's like trying to perform surgery on a brick. It's like,
Yeah. So anyway, my next nat 1, my next critical miss card.
I am going to start allowing you to roll medicine, though. My God, it's like you have, after all this work, you have peeled away skin.
I can
Medicine
only-
is worse roll for me.
Too much
You know, I can-
flourish. Drop your weapon and make a DC 14 dexterity saving throw. On a failed save, take the weapon's normal damage.
The
Cramp, you wind yourself, and as part of the cramp, you
I
drop
d-
the dagger on your foot.
Yeah, I am cramped, so I do take.
Here's what it is in my head. He cramps up, and then like he somehow moves in a way that causes Bolkas's muscles to twitch. It like shoots up, the hilt hits him in the throat, and then the blade drops into his foot.
So, yeah, I've taken 10 damage to myself in total.
He's taken 6. Oh,
But now
all right.
time
I'm
for
gonna
my
let you
medicine.
start rolling medicine because this is clear. Because going at it is clearly not working.
14.
It's work, but you're finally getting through. It's
I look at my inventory. Clearly, I must have something in here that can help.
I don't know. You could pour acid on there. That might be faster.
I don't have acid, unfortunately. I have a pitcher of syrup.
picture of syrup.
Pour syrup on his wound. Hope his bear instincts kick in and bite into his own arm.
I know you said picture, but the way you said it, I almost feel like you have a picture. Like just an image of syrup just sitting in your pocket. Like, that's a good
Yeah.
memory.
My next medicine skill, no good.
He's bleeding a lot, and you're kind of losing sight of things.
Oh my god. A 10?
Cyrus is just watching this failed butchery. This
Oh my
butchery of
God.
butchery.
Okay, now I'm
Shenanigans.
reaching in. I had to have cut it enough. I'm reaching in.
You feel taut muscles.
What? No, it has to be in there. I'm reaching.
Your fingers are crushed now. Oh.
It's not enough. I need to cut it more.
Volcasa flexes, and and his arm eats your hand.
Oh my god, this is terrible.
You feel like you're veering off course now, actually.
No. Oh my god. You know what? I take my frickin' rapier, which I'm better at, and
No.
I
Go ahead.
slash at it. Even though so far all my attack rolls have been
Rapiers
1.
can't do
If there's a
that.
piercing, you're gonna break it.
You just stab into his arm. That's not going to help in this situation.
Yeah.
Making a hole that
You can.
bleed.
No, rapiers do not have a edge on them.
They're a
They have a
point.
point. I slash with the point.
Yeah, technically speaking, you can slash with the tip. That's kind of how the Zoro does his little thing.
But it's gonna. I'm not sure how deep that's going to cut. So-
It's not a very deep cut. That is true.
And so the rapier is
I
ruined.
thought he was trying to stab through the arm to make a hole that he could.
Fine,
dig.
I'm stabbing through the arm to make a hole. Here's the damage.
Which is a tiny hole.
It's something.
Oh, and
you do stab though.
and I stab
and
myself because it's just to be fair.
I stab myself much better than I normally would.
All right, I'll allow it. This makes it a little easier. You make a little more progress. You'll probably need 2 more decent stabs. Get in there.
Oh, stabs. Okay.
Well, cuts.
Oh, cuts. Okay. Back to the dagger. Oh my god.
He's not moving, so this is fine. You don't need, you just need to not crit fail.
Whoops, I didn't do it on him. Oops. But whatever.
Whoops.
6 to him.
You're getting deeper.
And then I do it to myself.
Lute.
You are
Lute,
you are
you're going.
excellent when
I
it comes
feel like
to self-destruction.
Volcasta should at least respect his
No,
his determination.
Lute is certainly making an impression. Ooh, this might be the one.
Hit.
Lute, I understand what you're trying to do here, but if you keep going like that, you're going to knock yourself out before you find it.
And to myself.
This might be deep enough.
Okay. I'm gonna reach. Heavily bleeding now that I've cut myself up quite profusely.
High or low?
I can see it.
Oh, curious. Those are usually obscured.
I choose high then.
All right.
I choose high
Oh
and you re-roll
no! Yeah.
it. You re-roll it, I choose high.
All right.
Digi, they might have changed the settings. You could go into the gear icon and double check.
Listen, we all know Lute is the kind who would cheat at cards, so this is completely in character.
Let's see.
Yes, but is Lute capable of breaking the fourth wall?
They did.
Capable, potentially. Able to at this point? Probably not.
Well, congratulations. I rolled even higher. Your fingers brush against something that is definitely not blood or muscle or bone.
Snatch it out.
It is a small bag and it is soaked.
Yeah. Please heal him, Element, before he kills me.
Volcasta just casts lay of hands on himself, for he is also a paladin. And his arm is closed, but there is a lot of blood on the table.
And Lute will give himself one more stab because he stuck his hand inside him.
Element is going to stop you before you stab yourself one more time. Enough.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one.
Okay.
And he's gonna stand up, walk around, and put a hand on top of your head. Well, you are certainly a very determined individual. I'll give you that much. I might not hate meeting you in the future. Good luck with your piece. But I do have another one. And he's going to give you a wicked grin.
Oh.
And you know I'll be back for it someday.
What? Oh, because he has a red piece now?
No. Lute, roll insight. One of his teeth looks a little different than the other ones.
I'm not supposed to punch it out, am I?
No. But he did have, apparently, a piece that might have been much easier to take from him. Because of course he does.
Are you really gonna stick your hand in Volcasta's mouth, though? it's like sticking your head into a lion's mouth, but this is a wild lion.
I mean, you don't even have to go for lion. Gugas is a dire bear. Just say bear.
I think he said it because it's more because there's these circus performers who do the lion. They're
yes,
right in the lion's mouth. Yeah.
Fair.
No.
However, if I hear that goes missing, I'll be getting my blood back with interest. I
Yes,
will bring
General.
you like a sponge.
It wouldn't be the first time. Thank you, General Kukasa.
See ya. Lute, was it?
Yes, Lute Tutor.
Do you need any help getting your office back in shape, Commander?
Oh yeah, all the blood on the
Nah,
ground.
I think it adds character. Kidding.
Freaking Bulkasa, man.
All right. Well,
Oh fuck! I blood on the paper.
He's
Yeah,
like, he's like, oh no, I've bled all over the paperwork.
I'll have to sign it later after they remake it.
Element is going to take Lute and Saros and leave because there is a chance that Gukasa may actually go insane from messing up the paperwork.
Ah,
Remember, Bulkasa hates paperwork.
I know, but what if it was one of those that he almost finished?
Maybe.
That's what I was.
Maybe.
Lute
That's-
succeeded, and he
Ha.
has a new bag of holding.
You know, I wasn't expecting for this meeting to actually go this smoothly.
Neither was I.
You just need a good opening.
I'm laughing if there's nothing in there.
There's nothing in there. Oh, okay. I guess we'll go somewhere private,
Yes, we can
and
go back.
then we'll. Oh wait,
No.
I can't
Can you
open
look
it.
in a bag of holding? Because if you touch that thing, you will die.
Yeah, that's right. I need the special glove that I don't have anymore.
Yeah, Element is going to stop it before you open it. Don't.
Oh right, yes.
Ah,
It
It's
will
never
make.
too late to die horribly.
I thought it would just make me go mana crazy.
No, that is it
That is
only makes you
people
go
who
man.
can withstand it. No,
Yeah.
people who cannot fucking get like slurped and look like a preserved corpse.
Yes.
so far in over my head.
That would have been a funny way of Lute dying.
Element gives a sigh. Okay, well, I guess you got what you were looking for. So what are you going to do now?
Now I go to Nim.
I am going with you because apparently the last time you two interacted, he attacked you, and
Yeah.
and then you sued him. So you two are not in the best of terms.
No, especially not with recent events, apparently.
Yes. And if he
Yes.
attacks seriously, I'll die.
Lute, please, let me try to heal you some more, alright?
You don't
Okay.
have to.
Nope. I want you to have a chance with Nim. I want you to have a chance. May I heal you, please?
Yeah.
Rubikin pokes his head up. That was fucking metal as shit.
Who
Yeet
said that?
dice.
Rubikin, a small gerbil, appears from Cyrus's bluff.
Yes, it was a race
Oh,
to
whoa,
see
what?
who would, if I would get the thing, or if I would cut myself to death.
Oh, that was meant to go to Lute. That cure wounds. I used a level 3 one.
Oh, how do you use higher level ones, if I might ask? Because so far I only see level 1.
You just use more dice because that's usually how the spells are scaled up. You set up one more die depending on the level.
Oh, do I
Yeah.
just like right click?
Yep.
Or, sorry.
You click
Okay.
and drag, and then right click to add more dice.
Fantastic. Thank you. Because I'm about to run out of first level slots.
Yeah, add that 13 to your HP, Lute.
Then I'm at 9 wounds. He's looking a lot better. He just has a little bit of a few stains on his clothing, but
I mean, I can't remove the stains from the clothes.
that would be nice.
I said that I can't do that.
Oh, I thought you said you could.
No.
Anyway, thank you too. Hopefully
No,
this.
one last bit, you fool. There we go. Now we're set. And please try to survive.
I will.
Okay.
It's only Nim. When has he ever killed Sun for no reason? Other than that guy who made bad lemonade.
That was it. That was it. That was it. That was the time he got mana possessed. He doesn't even remember that happening.
Yes, that's true. But
Well, that's lovely.
so
Okay.
just don't talk to him while he's mana possessed. Good.
He's actually undergoing training now to prevent that from happening in the future, or at least that's what Mo told me. He actually really regrets what happened.
Ah, yes. To Malt, I guess.
Name is not at Malt right now. Name is not at Malt right now. He's actually at Krei's house.
Oh, to Krei.
Okay,
All right, Element. Can you just call ahead and let them know we're coming?
I just
Yes.
want to. I would like to point out, Nim very much does have reasons to kill Lute, though. He doesn't
Good.
normally
Awesome.
kill without reason, but he does have reason in Lute's case.
No, that's why we're calling ahead to announce. Now
Yes.
it's up to Element how that goes.
Okay. Element is going to call Krei right now.
All right. Krei shall, as always, pick up the phone.
Hey Krei,
Hello, Element.
how are you doing right now?
Doing all right. How are you?
I am doing well. Is Nim at your house? Because if I remember correctly, he was there last time I was there.
I do believe so.
Okay. I am calling ahead of time because Lute is planning to visit visit your house right now.
Ah,
I have no idea this actually happened, but he came here to the boroughs to borrow a white mana from Commander Kukasa.
I see.
Yes. This is I wouldn't believe it with my eyes if I hadn't witnessed it myself. I don't know what to think about all this. I don't know what to think about Lute, if I be honest.
Well, I'm not quite certain what I think of him either, to be completely honest. But I did give him a task. How he's gone about figuring it out is questionable, but I suppose with good intentions.
Yeah. I can definitely say that his intentions are good, even if the method he did was, I'm not gonna lie, it was pretty crazy. I'm surprised. I'm surprised he's alive. He's alive at all. When I was called into Commander Gukase's office, he was lying among the wreckage of the commander's desk.
Nah, so
But-
that's oh, sorry, wait, I'm not hearing that.
Yeah, you're not hearing this. but because he survived, the Kogasa actually gave him a chance to speak and explain himself. So so I'm pretty sure that he's basically planning to give the white mana from that he just got from Commander Kupasa to Nim. But I am not sure how Nim is going to react when he sees.
All right. Well, I'll try to intercept any aggression.
Okay. Thanks, Krei, and just thank you. I am kind of at a loss for words at the moment.
I don't understand why, but you're welcome.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Element hangs up. Okay. They know we're coming.
Okay.
Hello?
All
Okay.
right. Let us prepare for the worst.
Unfortunately, I do think that might be for the best. Because I don't know how Nim feels about you, Lute, but I have this distinct feeling that he's holding a grudge. And when Nim holds a grudge, he lashes out.
Well, I was eventually this was going to pass.
I mean, why exactly are you trying to do it to do all this in the first place? You could just not associate with us.
It's true. I could move to the country and perhaps live the rest of my life in comfort with the money I earned off of getting the original white mana piece.
Don't you have a new adopted father?
Yeah.
I still can't believe that entire situation happened in front of my eyes. What the hell has my life come to?
What situation? What is this for about?
Well, if you're with him and he has told you what happened a few days ago, right?
He told me about an assassination. He did not tell me about this recent change of.
Apparently, the assassin that was sent to kill him adopted him. I am not joking when I say this. I do not joke.
Okay.
Believe me, I don't. Believe me, I am still as stunned as you are right now. I wouldn't be telling you this if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes.
Okay. Don't care. Just gonna just going to focus step by step here. Then,
Cyrus, if the craziness that happens around my group is getting too much to you, I think maybe you should go take a rest.
no, I want to make sure Lute survives, or try to ensure that.
I think if
After that, I might take a break.
Okay.
if Nim kills me, you should just let him.
Why? I mean, as much as you wrong him, I don't want you to just die. But he actually does have a legitimate reason to attack you right now,
Okay.
if he were to.
I'm giving this my best shot. We'll see.
Okay. Well, I mean, you actually managed to you actually managed to get the white piece from Kamaluka, so you may actually may be able to pull something with him.
Just don't be shocked if he lashes me about a few times.
I won't be, believe me. I'm just hoping that it doesn't come to that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's go.
Now, around about this time, everyone in the party make me a perception check really quick.
Even the people who aren't there?
Yes.
My God.
Based on
Is
what
this site-
sense?
Vision or hearing.
All right. I choose hearing.
I'll choose hearing so I get another roll because a natural 1 sucks.
Oh my.
This is your fourth. This is your fourth natural one. What the hell?
No,
My,
that was
my.
my. Oh. The nat ones are abundant tonight.
What the hell is going on?
That's remarkable.
Certainly
Well,
so.
all right. Graham, Krei, Nim, and Lute.
Ooh.
You see, well, Lute, you see 2 letters. A small, like, quarter-sized hole appears in the ground, and a letter just pops out of it and into the air in front of your face. For those that missed it, the letter didn't quite go high enough, and the letter falls to the ground.
A letter.
Correct.
Elemi just walks over the letter and ignores it because he didn't notice it.
I do a cool pirouette and catch both letters.
Let's see if Cal notices it. Nope. You walk on by.
All right. Graham will pick up the letter and
I assume you are all reading the letters.
Yeah.
Graham's gonna make sure this isn't like some kind of like
Trap.
cursed death trap or something first.
No, you do not detect any magic from it. You do not.
I imagine Koredan doesn't notice as he's still unpacking in his room. His chest just
Probably.
settles over the letter instead.
So I wonder why I have 2 letters. So I guess I'll open both at the same time. And read them.
Sorry. Right, you're walking in a group. You see 3 letters, but 2 of your companions seem to ignore them.
Oh, I take all 3 and.
I see.
Oh, but they're probably addressed to them.
Yes, they are.
Guys, you letters.
Huh?
Whoosh, whoosh, as he throws both of them towards his party members to catch.
Elemin grabs the letter. Huh? What's this?
Popped out of the ground.
They just popped out of the ground.
Yeah.
They are addressed to me. Does he have who sent it?
It does. It's from Malt, apparently.
Oh. Elemin actually opens.
Inside the letter is an invitation to Malt, detailing that he wants to have a meeting to discuss the future of his friends going forward, and their friends' friends, and therefore he has asked Floor Grandma for a favor after getting someone to write many letters, many letters.
Floor Grandma.
Elemin said, huh?
Lore Grandma's deep cut lore at this point.
Okay, I guess not summoning us. I wonder
Octothecate
if it's.
Sun wants
I
much
wonder.
more description from the storyteller.
I imagine. I imagine this sent. Imagine this is something that he sent to the rest of the party.
So one of the
Yep.
tabletop cards has been played.
Alright. Anything specifically I need to go into more excruciating detail over? The letters,
Just
perhaps?
something involved in the scene.
Alright. The letters themselves seem to very much smell like wood and stone. However, there is a trace hand of a dryad scent, probably the one that described the letters for him, as Malt is very much unable to even begin comprehending holding a pen himself, being a giant stone turtle. However, this is not average paper. It smells very freshly made and from a nice wood.
Mmm.
Wood.
It even feels nice just holding it.
A new subscriber. Come, steel yourself. We are building an army.
Jafaroshak just resubscribed for 33 months. 33 months.
Ooh, wow.
That's remarkable.
He's put up with Zim for that long.
Hey. Hey.
There are people that have done it longer, but thank you so much for those 33 months of support, Jaffer. I appreciate it so much.
Anyway. So, how does Nim respond? How do Nim and Krei respond to the summons?
Oh, did I see mine? I forgot if I saw mine.
Yes, you did.
Okay.
The DC was fairly low, but some people missed it.
Krei picks up, goes, and then walks over to Nim. Gives Nim a little pat. Pat, pat.
Okay, so what was it again?
Malt has basically invited everyone and written a lot of letters to go out via Floor Grandma for everyone to come and visit him for an important discussion.
Okay. Also, nobody is placing their pirates for stream pirates.
I
different than Stream
cannot.
Raiders.
Well, that's fair.
By my
But this is
Yahoo
more
that
for
I
the
use
viewers.
for Twitch has locked me out.
This is more for the viewers out there.
I'm
but...
a viewer.
Okay. Still saying. Nim is going to... He's just gonna kind of look at it and shrug and teleport himself to Malt.
Ah. Nim, you're here. And very quickly, too, no less.
Well, yeah, you wanted me to show up.
I was hoping you'd be here, but you might have been a little busy, so I was prepared to wait if I had to. So then, the letters are being delivered. Fantastic news. Soon everyone will be here.
I will be back shortly.
Well, given that Krei goes to find Nim and Nim is gone, Krei is going to accept the invitation.
These are not magical invitations that will teleport us there, right? Hello?
Sorry about that.
Hello.
Say it again. I was talking to.
These are not magical invitations that will send us remote.
No.
They are not, but as the letter has been delivered, you are aware of the presence of floor grandma beneath you. So if you ask nicely, she could bring you over.
Element would rather walk there.
Considering the day you had, fair.
Yes.
Graham will go to the snowfall. Eleanor.
Yep, that's correct. It
And
seems that
like,
her and Elena have also received letters.
oh, like, okay, that's convenient because I was gonna ask you to come with.
Yep. All right, sure. That works for me. I'm not particularly busy at the moment, so this is fine. A summons from Malt, though, that's rare. Graham, on your way there, you see your guild representative.
Hello?
Oh, hey. I see you're also. No, that makes sense. Something's happening, so you're involved.
I can't blame you for the words you've used.
That's fine. I've gotten less rigid since all this started. But
Again, I'm sorry.
It's fine, I guess. It's kind of funny looking back on it. Well, let's just say I was a lot more complacent back in the day, or before now. Now I want to do things. I guess. So I guess he just shook some dust off.
Fair enough.
Now, Koredan.
Yep.
Something seems to tap against your chin, and it seems to have come from the floor.
Koredan's just gonna look down. Just
A section of the floor is returning to regular ground level before raising again and flipping over your chest, friend, revealing the letter. However, your chest is now on its back.
he's just gonna look silently, just judging his chest. Like, what the? Hiding things again. Reaches down, plucks up the letter, just looks it over. Doesn't open it, just looks it over curiously, like.
It seems to have your name on it.
Well, he's never stood in the way of curiosity. He's just gonna slit it open with a with one edge of his gauntlet and just flip it open.
You read the invitation to Malt's domain in the Selesnya district.
Koredan has no idea who that is or where that is.
Or who Floor Grandma is.
So what will Koredan do with the letter? Or rather, does he do anything in particular?
First, he's going to write his chest. Just reaches out and flips it over with the tip of his tail and then I don't know, grabs up his stuff and heads out the door. And he's going to go downstairs and see if he can find Krei or Nim, who know this city better than he does.
Krei is there. Nim is gone.
Koredan doesn't say anything. He just enters Krei's field of view and holds up the letter addressed to him and just tilts his head slightly.
I thought Krei was going to be gone too.
Oh, did Nim take him?
I think Krei
Oh,
headed out the door as soon as he got the letter.
I thought the invitation just kind of teleported you there. I'm sorry.
Oh,
I
no.
misunderstood.
No, Nim just teleported without you.
Okay.
He used his powers. Great, Koredan is in your field of view and he's holding up a similar letter.
Krei gives him a nod.
Who is and where?
Follow me. And you start walking.
Well,
Koredan just looks around the empty room and just goes and follows after.
Krei, steppy.
People are appearing in Malta's designated area of the forest, one by one, either by walking or the ground opens up and they are unceremoniously tossed forward.
Exciting.
Golkasa is among that number, looking very amused. What the fuck? Before another trio is unceremoniously dumped forward. 2 rats and a skunk.
What?
What?
Those are element subordinates.
Why were they included?
Remember when I said everyone is gonna be here?
Oh no, it's the Seinfeld. It's the last episode of Seinfeld.
Everyone is here.
Dun, 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 dun.
Then a control wing comes down with Merrick on it, Morath, and his grandma, who are all looking confused, except for Grandma. She's fine. She's holding 2 ducks.
Huh?
And so the chaos as multiple figures are removed from random places.
People are converging.
Graham feels uncomfortable with this unnaturally large gathering of people.
Nim, your instructor, also shows up with a letter and seems mildly displeased that you left without her.
Nim
But
is just
also
kind of
does seem
sitting there and
surprised by
watching.
this gathering. Yes, you started to speak.
Nim is just sitting there quietly watching as everybody's showing up for now.
This sort of feels like it's just about everyone that you've met, because the guy from the magic weapons store is also like unceremoniously dumped onto the ground looking very confused. And Mr. Ramsey tapping his foot impatiently, saying, "This is better be bloody important."
Lord Grandma has abducted a lot of people today.
Here with the appearance of the Lich.
No.
Even our enemies have showed up.
No.
By the way,
no enemies.
everybody, Real quick, I discovered this myself, but apparently they now have dice skins for Fantasy Grounds.
Yeah.
Do not pick any up.
Oh.
What?
I do have an affiliate link that I need to locate, and you guys can use that to pick them up and support the channel. I haven't really bothered
Oh.
pushing it at all, but, well, now
Oh, you
there's a
mean the-
reason to.
The pay ones?
Yeah. Like, we do get the elemental basics by default for all of us. It's just the, like the metal, aura, magical, etc. that...
They aren't like Armello dice. That's a shame.
Yeah, you gotta buy them, and if you do want them, I'm gonna find that affiliate link, so at least part of the purchase will come back to support the channel. But I already asked, I was like, hey, if I buy this for the ultimate, or with my ultimate license, does that mean the players get to use them? And no, each person has to buy them individually. So, that's something to keep in mind. Just don't do it yet. I gotta go find the affiliate link. And again, no requirement if you do. I just, want to get that before you guys do.
Okay.
Anyways, carrying on. They are kind of cool.
All right. Even members of the ensemble are showing up. Other members of the ensemble, anyway. And Doug. Who remembers Doug?
I remember Doug.
I don't remember Doug.
He's
He's
the
that
person.
guy that crawled out of the fire.
Oh, okay. Then I remember Doug.
He was abandoned in the room and successfully crawled out.
Is
Survived.
Lord Remington there?
Yes. I wonder if Mary's going to show up, but perhaps not. She is technically considered an enemy.
Yeah, no, that would be weird.
Oh, like this isn't.
This is already weird. That would be weirder.
And finally, the last ones to show up. Elman, Lute, and Cyrus. As Krei and Koredan arrive to quite the gathering. Koreda's already set up what seem to be banquet tables.
What?
Probably Nim helped.
What the heck is going on here?
Cyrus just wilts a little bit nervous about this gathering.
Koredan's
yeah,
just looking around with his head
There
on a
is also
swivel,
one
like,
more
"Oh."
surprise guest for Nim. It's Red.
Oh God, the child he almost kidnapped. The child that Graham had to convince him to take him home and not kidnap.
Hey, Red loves Adventure Wolf.
Yes, but Nim still can't kidnap children.
He was in the Selesnya. They just sort of tossed him one because.
Red followed Nim home. Nim did not kidnap him.
Nim also didn't discourage him from following him home.
Well, why would he? But it's still not kidnapping for him to just, be followed home.
Yeah.
I think
Does it count
It
as
could be-
kidnapping if a stalker is following you home and sitting outside your front door? No.
if they're a minor, maybe.
No.
Concerns.
I feel like if a child like left their parents' home and like didn't return because they were following someone else and that someone else wasn't like, hey, no, kid, you shouldn't do this. I feel like the person they were following would be in trouble.
No.
Legal gray area.
I mean, this isn't kidnapping, but the child shouldn't be there still.
Oh, I agree. The child should not, yes, Nim should have probably pointed him to go home. But Nim is also, that's not the way. That's not something that would occur to him, and it's still definitely not kidnapping.
Yeah.
Now, if Nim were to be sitting there like, hey, little kid, you want some candy? Just get in my van. That would be kidnapping. But Nim did not do that.
Yes.
Anyway. Everyone is here now, even Lute.
Why are there so many people I know gathered around this place? What the hell is going on here?
Nim
I
was
think we're
sitting.
was very confused.
Nim was sitting next to Malt, just watching everybody. And he kind of looks
Graham
up
is just
at
gonna be like,
Malt.
what the hell is this?
A meeting. A very long and necessary meeting.
Okay, I will be
Are we
quiet
forming
then.
a community? Are we forming a community a community center or something like that? Because this feels like an excessive number of people for a meeting.
We'll see about that. Maybe. Nim. You were next to Malt, and I assume people were basically coming up to greet you. Because until this point, Malt was remaining silent. Well, generally silent unless you were the one to address him. Or we could move on, I suppose.
All right.
I was trying to talk, and Graham kind of talked over me instead.
Yes. So I brought the spotlight back to you.
What I was going to say is kind of irrelevant now, so we'll just move on.
Okay. Nim will see Malt raise a paw and tap it on the ground very loudly to get everyone's attention. Greetings and good day, companions of my allies. I am Malt. Many of you don't know me. Many of you may not have even met or heard of me. However, everyone here knows one of these people. Wait a minute. Where is that last one? He's looking around before tapping the ground. Floor Grandma, where is Raylel? Well, he started flying, so... Ah. Hello, friends! There he is. As the madman descends from the sky.
Element takes a step. Element takes a step back the moment he sees Raylo. Ugh.
Cirrus perks up.
Oh, the turtle. Hello, turtle. It's Malt. Turtle friend. Whatever. Anyway, everyone. Go ahead.
Malt, are you sure this is a good idea? Whatever you're trying to do.
I am positive that this is necessary.
Okay, proceed. You're the elder here.
I have gathered you all here because you know at least one person that we can all that is in this little neutral party. Some know more of them, some may only really know one of them. However, through trials and tribulations, through them, we can make a connection with each other. However, I wished to call a minor conference because now I don't want to take any sides. For starters, this is not calling anyone else out. I want us all to be here, to be present for a discussion, primarily revolving around this party here. And he will point out each member of the party. And we are going to be present to chime in, provide additional information as needed if we are wanted or think that we must. But we are here to be spectators, and we are here to be their friends. However, sometimes, as a friend, you need to make sure that you can step in if things have become potentially unfair. Therefore, I would like to ask your stories and some backgrounds about yourself, if I may. Don't worry. If you feel that you have been wronged during the course of this, I will do my best to compensate you for your times. Now, if I may, Nim, can you tell us about yourself before you joined this team?
What do you want to know?
Well, as much as you'd like to share. Because, and he's going to look to the rest of the group, Nim is a planeswalker. Many of you may not know what exactly that means, but he is from a place that is distinctly not Ravnica, and therefore he has had a very difficult time being in Ravnica. Things are very different where he is from, and yet he has stayed in Ravnica, even when he had the ability to leave. Nim, where are you from?
Faerun?
What is Faerun like?
A lot of wild. There's some cities and such, but most of it is just wild.
I see. Is it more like the Gruul or the Selesnya?
Not even close to either of them.
Fascinating.
There are places where you can go for weeks without seeing any sign of two-leggers. It's just the wild.
So there are just forests of people like you, then.
Well, not even of people like me. There's just wild, normal animals.
Honestly, you could probably compare that to the Gruul.
No, because the Gruul have people around.
Yeah, but there's also plenty of animals.
There's also lots of wilderness. It'd be probably
Well, I think he means stretches of people where there are stretches of land where people just haven't been, period.
Yeah.
Fair.
There's a lot of area where there's been nobody. There, you know, it hasn't been touched at all by, well, civilization.
Where nature has been untouched forever.
My guess the closest to something like that around here would be the Gruul, but even then, not really. That's something that's actually completely alien to us.
Yes, that's right. Now, what do you do in Faerun? I think you've been on quite the adventures.
I have gone and done a few things. Mostly just kind of went on wherever Salune guided me.
What did those errands entail?
We were trying to stop a cult from destroying the world. They were trying to bring back ancient something or other. I didn't really understand it all that well.
So a goal that was ultimately beneficial for everyone in Faerun.
Of course.
You know, that situation that you find yourself in doesn't sound all that different from the situation that Ravnica is finding himself in at the moment. You could almost call the Seekers a cult.
You used to be a paladin before, but things changed.
Yes.
Why are you staying in Ravnica, if I might ask?
I've made new friends here.
That's very kind of you. Now, let's ask someone else. I don't... And he's looking at Koredan. You are one of the group, right? Yes?
Indeed.
Oh, all right. What's your story then?
I have only recently joined the group. If Nim is a planeswalker, then I suppose I would be a planes faller. I am not here intentionally.
Graham will be like, to be fair, I don't think Nim was here intentionally either. Kind of winded up here.
What was your life like before you came here?
I believe my life was good, interesting. Spent much of my time in the workshop, experimenting, exploring, learning. And now I am here, exploring, learning, developing.
An inventor, perhaps?
I suppose. Though I've done much less inventing and more learning how pre-existing devices work.
Were you happy where you were before?
Yes.
Would you like to go back?
And Koredan kind of looks down at Nim and cocks his head slightly. With the help of this little one, I have already returned. And I have come back here instead.
I see. Is Ravnica very different from where you were before?
Different and yet familiar in some ways.
Well, I hope that you can settle in.
I believe this group will become something special. And I hope that I can continue traveling with them.
If I may, I don't believe I caught your name. My name is Malt.
Greetings, Malt. My name is Koredan.
Nice to meet you. And he's going to look over at Element, a familiar face. Why don't we hear about you?
I mean, there's not much to say about it. I'm just a paladin trying to do good.
A very normal life, then?
Well, I wouldn't exactly call my life normal nowadays, if I be honest. Ever since I met these people, there have been quite a lot of stuff that I've kind of questioned where my life is heading, because I keep seeing bizarre thing after bizarre.
Well, by that token, I would say that your life, in comparison, is actually quite remarkable because it's not exciting. So why don't you tell us a little bit about it?
Well, I mean, I became a board representative not too long ago. I've been doing my best to do a good job. Although sadly, I think I've been lacking in certain departments.
I see. I think you're doing an okay job.
I must. If it's just okay, then I must do better.
Hopefully, by the end of today, you will be doing better. And he's going to look over to Graham. How about you now?
No offense, Malt, but I don't really feel particularly comfortable talking about this in front of a bunch of people, most of which I barely know.
There will be peace, even if I have to enforce it. However, one way or another, all of these people are your allies. Be it from a friend of a friend, or because they have a beneficial interest in your group. And he's going to look over to the Azorius instructor, who is going to look away and raise a hand saying, I am here on an advisory position alone. Should it not pertain to my job, I need not return information to the Azorius.
Nim is going to look up at Malt and growl a bit. There's one person that's here that definitely is not an ally.
Well, hopefully we can get that sorted out in front of everyone, so that one way or another, it will be fair. There's not going to be hiding.
Fine.
If you would like, we can come back to you, Graham.
Again, it's the most I'm willing to share openly with this many people who I don't know is I'm ex Orzov and trying to be better.
I will accept that. How has your life been recently?
Horrifically stressful.
I hope some of that can get resolved soon enough. This meeting might, however, be something akin to ripping off a bandage.
Maybe. Only time will tell, though.
Krei,
Yes.
would you care to take the stage next? We'd like to know about you.
Well, I suppose I am a member of the Azurius. Rather simple individual, help with legal matters as well as the occasional adventuring party.
I see. What was your life like before you came to this group?
It was rather timid, I'd say.
Nothing particularly outstanding, doing duties as they needed be done?
But rather simply, yes.
How has it been after you have joined?
After I've joined, it's... Well, things have been a bit more exciting, fast-paced. There's been a lot more to manage. Though I think I honestly enjoy the work.
That's lovely. You, Owl. How about you go next?
Well, I'm not dead yet, so there's that.
Dead? No, 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 no. You are not in danger.
I've wandered in to find that this group party has summoned everyone. I was just
Oh, no, I was.
nervous is all.
Twas me.
Yes, but it is this party is here.
Have you had bad incidents?
Just a bit, but sticking to the question at hand. I am Cirrus. I am guiltless, but I've just simply been. I've been busy, just trying to make sure people are fed. Is all. A little bit nicer than what the Golgari offer, at least, but not much. There's only so much. I really, there's not much to me, if you will. I've started something, but other than that, I've just kind of been tagging along with this group tenuously.
That's fine. This isn't an interrogation.
like I said, I'm not dead yet, so I've got some hope.
All right then. You are the latest member, to my knowledge, and he's looking towards Lute, and the current point of contention.
Yes.
Yes. All right. Why don't you tell us a bit about you?
Oh. I am Lute Tutor, courtesan extraordinaire, listener to the guild's woes, and head entertainer at the Scarlet Saxophone.
Okay. Is that all?
Yes.
All right then. What was your life like before you joined the party?
Well, I worked almost exclusively in the Scarlet Saxophone. We didn't get to leave very much, so it was a little isolated. But you have a lot of people coming in and out, and you get to listen to all sorts of stories.
Uh-huh. So then, how have things been since you joined the party?
Tumultuous.
So I am led to believe. We'll come to that later, though. If I might, may we go to the beginning of this group? Because communication in this group is not as it should be. It is not the way that friends would engage with one another, and I find it very troubling. So, if I might, I will listen to the story, understand that you all come from different backgrounds, with different points of view, and try to see if I can't find where things went wrong. I'm not going to be labeling blame. I'm just going to be stating my opinion and perhaps what could have been done. We are far past those points, however. And perhaps, if we learn from the past, we can do better in the future. Is this acceptable?
Graham will shrug.
Okay. Element nods, gives a small nod.
Very well then. Now, from the beginning, what brought this party together?
Random happenstance.
It started as a contract.
Yeah. We all ended up accepting the same contract under somebody at the boroughs that was doing I guess cross guild things, and we ended up meeting through that.
Oh, well, that's delightful. Which ones of you were part of that original group? After all, there are some new faces.
Graham will raise his hand.
Element says, I was there.
Nim, Krei?
Sorry, say again?
He was asking which of the members present were part of the original founding team.
Yes, I was.
Nim will raise a paw but not say anything.
All right then. How did things go? After all, first impressions are very important.
It was a bit messy.
Messy how? Messy.
I seem to remember things blowing up.
Blowing up?
There were a lot of goblins with bombs.
Oh. Were you injured?
I don't
No,
believe
no,
I was.
I don't think any of us were injured, but the establishment of the person who gave us our job was.
All right. What was everyone's first impressions of the other?
Guess when it comes to first impression, everybody seems like decently strong people to me.
Everyone seemed like rather normal adventurers to me. Nothing I hadn't seen before.
I was just a recruit back then. I was taking jobs to get more experience as a job.
Fair enough. Graham?
I'm going to step away briefly to use the bathroom.
All right, go ahead.
Nim at the time, that considering the fact that we didn't know that planeswalkers were a thing, seemed both naive and a little crazy. Krei, I felt like, I had a feeling that he was hiding something. I seemed suspicious of him. I was suspicious of his actions, but overall, they seemed like decent people.
And Element? How did you feel towards him?
I had no real opinion on him at that point in time. I hadn't met a talking four-legged creature before, but I have heard that those things are common at the Gruul, so I just imagined that he was from the Gruul.
All right. Nim, how did you feel towards the others?
I mean, I felt that they were fine. Potential new friends.
That's very positive. How did the mission go?
Pretty typical for a mission involving exploding goblins. A couple of doors may have a couple of innocent doors may have been breached.
The
But
innkeeper
outside
was
of
a
that,
jerk.
Yeah. The our while we didn't manage to save his establishment unscathed, the person who gave us our contract held a grudge against us because of that, and he actually sent people after us after. That was just bizarre.
Oh. I see.
That's actually how we all met a second time.
Actually, he sent you to bandit extermination in the sewers.
to be fair, I feel like part of the reason why that happened was because Nim bit him when he called him a dog.
Oh.
And if I'm not mistaken, Nim also stole a bunch of stuff. But once we figured out what that innkeeper was doing, I became much more okay with that fact.
Okay. Nim, are there some offenses that we should know of that are perhaps not typical of Ravnica?
I just chose to take my payment in food.
Oh, no, I was more referring to the biting. Apparently, you do not like to be called a dog.
Well, I'm not a dog.
Okay. So you very much dislike being mislabeled.
I am a proud wolf, thank you. I am not some little simpering mutt that decided to go befriend the two-leggers and let them do all the taking care of for them.
I see you have a very negative opinion on dogs.
They lost their pride.
It's a matter
Graham,
of pride.
Graham will just be like, maybe in Faerul.
It's Faerun.
Faerun.
Well, people generally have very positive associations with dogs here.
Oh yeah, the two-leggers have a positive opinions on dogs in Faerun too. Doesn't
Okay.
mean that the dogs didn't give up their pride as what they are.
Mm-hmm. I see. Well, unfortunately, many people, or perhaps even other animals, just see it as a name for a general body structure.
And it is an incorrect one. I am not
perhaps.
a dog.
I see.
And that is an extreme offense.
Well, now we know then.
I was already aware of that, but by how many times I've seen Nim get angry at people calling him a dog.
Well, given that we are before everyone, I believe that it is good to go over the basics as of such. Are there any other rules like this? And he's going to look over the rest of the party. Any terrible offenses that could be said offhand?
Not really. At least not at least not when it comes to me. I don't know about everybody else.
He doesn't understand figurative speech or irony.
I mean, like, for yourselves, but does anyone have any personal things that would make them angry if said? Inconsolably furious?
I cannot think of anything.
I mean, I suppose reckless disregard for the law would be something that would make me angry. But not something not. I don't really have anything personal that would make me angry that I can think of.
See. Nim, is there anything else that aggravates you akin to being called a dog?
Wasting food.
I see. Does mishandling food also fall under wasting?
Food is a very important thing. It gives life. It lets us continue to live. It gives strength, and wasting it, or I don't know what you mean by mishandling it, but
Well, I suppose like someone threw out leftovers or put like whipped cream on eggs, for example.
People can enjoy their tastes, but throwing out leftovers is definitely a bad thing. That is still
Okay.
food that can be eaten.
Well, unfortunately, some guilds, mostly every other one but the Gruul, when they eat, sometimes they don't finish their plate. And the food will not be as good later, so they choose not to eat the rest.
And that is wrong.
Well, unfortunately, Ravnica is in some ways a land of abundance, it seems, compared to Faerun. So they can do it, and perhaps have gotten used to doing it because they can just get more food.
Doesn't
Honestly,
make it okay.
Honestly, I don't disagree there. I personally don't like not wasting food.
If you're
Well,
not gonna
some-
eat everything, then don't get it all.
Well, when you go out to eat, you don't get to see how much food you're going to be receiving. You just order the food.
So you take it with you and eat it later.
Some don't want to, such as, oh, I've only got 3 bites left. I'm not really interested in it.
I must agree with this. Wasting food and materials is foolish and a reprehensible practice.
Well,
I'm
I
sorry,
don't-
Maul, but you won't convince me otherwise on this front.
I'm just
He's
saying
not saying that it's okay. He's just saying that you have to accept it's a fact of Ravnica life. You don't have to like it, but it's gonna happen, and you can't kill or harm people over it.
well, I'm just saying that, yes, this is one of the different values of Ravnica due to our different upbringings. I myself would prefer to finish the plate, but I don't really feel the need to judge someone should they leave a quarter of an omelet left over when they're finished eating.
I have not
Because
I have not hurt anyone over that.
no, I don't believe you would have. There are other, perhaps more egregious things that would tempt you towards this. It's just one of the different things based on our lifestyles, which might have been lost in translation, such as leftovers are unforgivable but acceptable here. Such things would lead to other differences, such as food is less important, which you would probably also disagree with.
Food is very important. It's a necessity.
Unfortunately, in Ravnica, it's very much considered, well, not as essential as it could be, as it is so easily accessible at virtually any point in time. We have grown to take it for granted.
And it is still something that's reprehensible.
Perhaps someday we can do something about this. However, such is the divide between the classes. Some go hungry because they cannot have what is so readily available, and some just take it for granted and assume that it'll always be there for them.
unfortunately, that is the case.
I'd be okay with it if they were like, well, I'm not really able to eat all this, and then went and gave it to somebody that could, that needed it.
Greta calls from the seat. Fucking exactly!
Let me tell you something about people. Sometimes we don't like eating off of things other people have eaten off of. It's kind of seen as unsanitary most of the time.
When you're hungry enough, you'll happily eat it. And I am
Yes.
sure there are people in this city, I've seen them, that would be happy to do so.
Yes, I'm just letting you know that.
So give the food to them.
Unfortunately, some restaurants prefer not to, because they don't want to be associated with their leftovers. Plus, that would be additional work.
There's also the fact that some places might not be able to readily do these things.
The Golgari also help feed most of them, just saying.
Well, yes, all trash goes to the Golgari, and generally, thankfully, the Golgari can generally manage that themselves for those who wish to go to the Golgari. Some are initially too prideful, but if they cannot pick themselves up, they will eventually turn to the Golgari, or they shall
Or the
fire up their
Selesnya.
own choices.
The Selesnya also are also big on this.
Well, I think we've circled around this topic plenty. I've highlighted my point. Are there any other cardinal offenses?
What do you mean by cardinal offenses?
Well, things that would, as I said, things that you would just find, or things that would just be unacceptable.
Abandoning allies in a life-threatening situation.
I see. So, retreating as a group would be preferable then.
Yes.
What if one was just going ahead to secure the route?
If the party was like, "Hey, please go do this while we're doing this other thing, trying to escape," then sure. But if that person just goes off and does it on their own, that's a different story.
Okay. Perhaps more communication in the future could rectify that issue and make sure that things are properly explained so that there aren't misinterpretations. Anything else?
Cirrus wilts a little. My presence with this group, possibly? I'm still deciding.
You consider your time with them to be an offense?
I'm still not sure if they're good.
Oh my.
So far, Cirrus just idly cloaks. I'm not sure if they're a bunch of crazy cultists.
No, they are not.
Blinks.
I just think that they're a little, perhaps, unfocused and dealing with problems that should be managed. Perhaps we should establish a timeline so that we can properly figure out what what went wrong where. Initially, Nim was a planeswalker. He was not from Ravnica. Now he's in Ravnica and was part of a party, and he's going to look over to Graham, which did not initially believe him about his background. All right. Then you met again in also dangerous circumstances?
Yes.
And you fought and stayed together. Marat's going to speak up. Yep, I ended up hiring this group because they were pretty capable, actually.
Wait, is Milan there too? I thought he was in jail.
Morath, but yes.
Oh, Mora, sorry. Oops.
He is the kobold that hired you after the sewer excursion.
True.
To start looking into such groups and get information such as he is the one that shared that these groups were killing low-rank guild members to basically rob them, and the money would go to Orzhov.
See, yeah, I remember that.
Why did you hire them? Well, I thought that despite everything, they were pretty capable. They survived an ambush that basically had them greatly outnumbered, and one way or another they pulled through. So I thought they'd be worth an investment. So I kept them around. Now, at that period, how did you all feel about your working together again?
Honestly, I think it kind of felt nice working with other people that wasn't from the boroughs. Even if it was a little awkward.
I see. Nim?
I found these people to be really neat. Though I mostly went along with Krei because I followed him back to his place and learned a little bit about Ravnica.
I'm back.
He was also
I see.
he was also the only one that actually believed me about not being from here.
Well,
Graham will
I'm
kind of
very
fit
glad.
at that.
So, post the first mission, one of your team members offered to house you and explain some things to you.
Well, I don't know if he really offered to house me so much as I just kind of stayed.
He didn't kick you out.
Yeah.
So, therefore, he housed you.
Yeah, I guess technically he did house me then.
That's very pleasant. Now, did you like being with Krei?
Sorry, repeat that?
Did you like being at Krei's house?
Oh yeah, I got to cook for him.
As I'm sure everyone knows. But you like cooking, yes?
Very much so.
Is that why you feel so passionate about food?
Well, no, it's more my... I just kind of discovered all these other ways to eat food, and they were really tasty, and So that's kind of why I started learning how to make it.
That's very remarkable. So you simply cooked in the past because you enjoyed eating it more, like that.
Yeah.
Very simple, very understandable. Now, let's see. You all met up again under a new employer. Were things smooth sailing from there?
I don't think so.
Really?
No, we've been having the party has definitely has its ups and downs.
Graham will say, basically between us thinking Nim was crazy for the longest time, probably right up until the almost until the point where we met you, in fact.
Oh,
It was
Pretty
actually
much we pretty much thought he was crazy. He also regularly attacked anyone who called him a dog. I think between us thinking he was crazy and his violent outbursts, I think the party kind of was on a downhill slope since we met.
ah,
I
I
did
see.
nothing more than deliver bite. It was a warning.
Yes, a warning that could potentially possibly kill some of an average citizen. If they were so unlucky.
Hmm.
And somebody
Well,
who could also, bite or choke on some food or something like that and also die from that.
Yes, except the food didn't choose to do it to them.
And they chose to call me a dog.
well, unfortunately, two-leggers, as you put it, and most people of Ravnica do not see dog as a derogatory term.
And definitely not derogatory enough to warrant potential death.
It was a single bite.
Well, most people do not enjoy pain and will only grow more sour towards someone else if they are harmed physically.
Nim, you told me before that you can't really control how powerful your bite is. You do realize that you being an ex-paladin and now being and now being a what is it? You're a wizard sorcerer. Either way, that's going to hurt a lot. And the average and the average citizen will be pretty harmed by you by a single bite. You didn't know your own strength then.
I haven't killed anyone from a single bite.
You haven't, but you have harmed others before.
The problem is that you never even bothered to even like see if it was going to kill them before you did it. You didn't care if it was going to kill them or not, Nim.
I
You
did.
just
It would not have killed them. It never killed them, and it wouldn't kill them.
Okay, so let's say that then the threat of death was never present, but
Even if the threat of death was never present, harming others for a verbal offense isn't something I would consider something good. I understand how I honestly understand how deeply it hurts you being called a dog. I see it in your eyes. I may not completely understand why, but I understand it some. But even so, the way you go about warning others about it was wrong.
And I have
Also-
since stopped.
As a player, I also know that like villagers have like 1 health. And I can assure that I would know that my character would know that, like your average citizen could potentially die to a single strike from
And any
basically an
DM
adventure.
that actually has a person die from a single bite to the arm, frankly, does not deserve to be a DM.
Critical hit, bleeding out.
that is about the hit points of a child, and Nim was dealing with adults. However, it was still injury.
It was injury, absolutely. But it was never a thing at risk of actually killing anyone.
Unless you crit them.
Yes.
I suppose there is that possibility, but then I'd probably attribute that more to the magic teeth going wild.
Yeah. That's the other thing, is that every bite is magically enchanted.
And we know that Nim can't turn that off.
Yeah.
Cyrus chimes in from a new spot. But if they came from a different place, did you at least explain that? And
Several times. Almost every time it happened.
did they repeat it?
Constantly.
We did. I mean,
When was the last time
Nim-
you saw me bite anybody for calling me a dog?
Nim, I'm referring to the
When
fact
was
of
the
how
last time you saw me bite anybody for calling me a dog?
it took us forever to get you to that point, Nim.
But I'm still got
Forever.
there. And it took you forever to believe that I'm not from here.
Yes, all
So,
it took
what's
was
your point?
literal proof. That's all it took was actual proof. And then I even apologized.
I mean, it's not like the concept of a plane worker is like something well known around. In fact, probably half of the people that are here don't even know what that is. You didn't even know what that is until what was the name of that Death Knight?
Jin.
Until Jim pointed it out to you.
I didn't know what a planeswalker was, no, but if somebody told me they weren't from here, I would have believed them. And I did have proof. I had a map of Molemaster where I came from. I had the deed to the orphanage and the Adventurers Guild that I built. I had
Unfortunately,
money from there.
All of that isn't proof of extra dimensional travel, Nim. You gotta understand, we didn't know about that back then. You can't hold that against us. If
you can hold the fact that I took time to learn how you guys do things, if you can hold that against me, then I can hold this against you.
I am not holding it against you.
Graham is.
Now, children. I think that
Graham is going to glare with absolute hatred at Nim.
I think that this is another case of people coming from different backgrounds. Where Graham is from, things such as this are taken very seriously because Orzhov are trained to capitalize on mistakes like this. Either for later use as blackmail or extortion.
That is true. And Grant has been wanting to get away from all of it ever since he left.
I think there are some hang-ups with the party that have been technically resolved, but not settled. I think that you are wanting more from each other than you are willing to say. Nim, I think you want a more sincere apology from the rest of the party, but I think Graham also wants you to apologize for having bitten the people.
Not exactly.
Nim has put in the effort to change. I have
And
witnessed
yet-
it firsthand.
And yet, the thing that pisses me off is that he makes the change only after he's created the problem. I don't think I've ever seen him put in the effort beforehand.
As long as effort is made, I think it is worth acknowledging. Because he will not make the problem again.
Maybe. But I think at some point he should have realized that he could have been asking more questions about how things work, why things work the way they do here. But again, it never interested him.
I think it's because he felt isolated. Krei was the only one to initially believe him.
And even that was a ploy.
What? Krei, would you like to speak in on this one? Graham seems to be insinuating that your initial offer of hospitality was a ploy. Do you have anything to say about this, or would you prefer not to speak on it?
He raises a brow at Graham. So my initial hospitality mainly focused on curiosity. Curiosity of an individual who spoke of things that were not of this realm.
As an Azorius, they are the keepers of information, so it would be very natural. At least in my opinion.
I'm just saying that it was not made with the intentions that Nim took it as.
Graham is trying to say what Graham is trying to say is that Krei wasn't altruistic in his intentions. But I suppose if the outcome was Nim actually having some company, then I guess it doesn't really matter at this point.
Indeed. We will have to find some ways for the past to stay the past, because we are not in the past, we are in the present. However, we should also try to figure out why we are still upset about this. And what we can do to bury the hatchet.
I mean, when it comes to this specific one, I honestly don't know. This thing keeps being brought up, and people just ends up yelling at each other because of it.
Well, yes, that's what I'd like to stop. We've all had different backgrounds, different life experiences, different values, and I'm here to make sure that both sides understand each other and to ask each side what might it take to see that things are different than they were before.
You want
Everyone
evidence of
can
me,
change.
you want evidence of me trying to do better? Malt can give you evidence of that.
You're talking to Walt.
No, he's
I-
talking to Graham.
Oh, okay.
I came here to Malt originally to try and learn more, to get advice about how things are supposed to work here.
He came to talk to me about mana possession, and due to his unique circumstances, there is something that he could have done about it. There is something that he could do about it. So, to prevent future incidents, I'm teaching him a preventatory measure.
Now, see, this still kind of goes back to my biggest problem with Nim. Instead of trying to study this powerful relic that he stole,
Graham. No. Retract that. That's not something that we can talk about right here.
I think he's talking about the mana piece, and almost everybody present knows about it.
Oh, okay. I thought we were going with that other thing. Never mind.
no.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he decided he was going to play around with that without fully understanding it. Despite
call it
all
pull-
the
No,
constant
no.
warnings.
You call it playing around, and yet that is exactly what I've been doing. I've been trying to study it. I've been trying to learn how it works. I was told by Tanya that, or whoever, and whichever ensemble person.
Mammon.
No,
well,
one of
Tanya
the
was
ensemble.
the first one to handle them.
Yeah. one of the ensemble, I just can't remember the name out of character, so.
Eileen?
I think it was Eileen. The one that realized that Nim took it in the first place and was like,
no,
you
that
can
was-
actually learn to master it and stuff.
Oh no,
Yeah.
yes, that was Tanya. Eileen. Tanya was the one that was taking them, and you snuck one while she was bagging them.
Yeah, that was Eileen.
Yep, alright.
Eileen told me that I could learn to master it and use it. And that's exactly what I've been trying to do. I haven't been just playing with it. This thing is dangerous, and I'm very well aware of that.
Yes,
I
but
came here to
exactly
Malt
what
to-
what exactly was the point you realized it was dangerous? Because half the time you start messing with anything, it very much seems like you don't even realize the danger of what you're even interacting with. The tree is a great example of that.
Cirrus chimes in again from the spot. It sounds like you're describing the Azan.
Raylel raised an arm. Ah, about that tree, actually. Indeed, it did pose a danger. However, I have been talked to very thoroughly that apparently that tree was more alive than I'd initially given it credit for, and perhaps I could have given information that its destruction would be only to its physical form, and it would simply be returned to its original placing. I have been also informed that my manner is rather, how to say, brutish and surprising? Like an assassin with a sledgehammer.
Yes. Yes, it is. But my point is that Nim never even considered the danger as he did things with it, with that weird ham, and I'm sure he had some he had some kind of logic to it, but instead of trying to figure out beforehand what dangers this might pose to the city, the people around it, he went ahead and did it anyways. He jumps in head first and then afterwards decides to deal with whatever the consequences are, and hoping that it's not too late. I would like to see that stop.
Unfortunately, on this point I might have to speak on Nim's behalf, because I do not believe that a lack of information inherently in itself is a crime. It's just what you didn't have, and perhaps what you didn't know that you needed. He saw that someone had the orb, and then that someone used it to make something powerful happen. Then someone else handled the situation. Then, as the I'm not entirely aware of the circumstances with the tree, but no one would really assume that a tree is inherently dangerous or a mysterious ham.
I would say that a ham that seems to grow continuously and a tree that drains the life of everything around it. Yeah, no, I would say those two things seem inherently dangerous and might interact in inherently dangerous ways.
Oh.
In his defense, we thought the tree was stabilized.
Huh. Well, if they were situations that could be contained, then it's not unreasonable to believe that they could be contained again, and perhaps even ultimately beneficial in the future. But I suppose that I'm just lacking some context to these certain situations. Regardless, perhaps he felt that he could because he had people who could be relied on should things start to spiral beyond his control. After all, he did have access to these things, even if accidentally. Despite current relations, you are allies and you have been reliable towards one another. I've heard of your group being very remarkably adaptable in situations where some might even just freeze up. That in itself being a mistake. So I don't believe that a person who has the initiative or drive to try something rather than just allowing something to happen is also inherently bad. It's just the communication aspects and the trust between each other that perhaps needs some working on. And then perhaps such an attitude could even be beneficial.
We had a ham that was growing out of control. we could not stop it. Even Greta could not eat it fast enough to stop it from growing. That thing would have kept going and going until it was a massive thing that was just probably going to roll down the street and crush a bunch of people.
Okay.
So, my solution, it was growing too rapidly. We didn't have time to do anything, to do research, to look into it.
Or
The
go
tree
get
was
the Izzet help.
We had an Izzet with us.
You mean Markov?
As much as I like Markov, I think you know. I think you can understand that he was not that was kind of above his pay grade at this point. I think you have enough of an understanding of the guild rankings and things like that to understand that.
Well,
I have met
be that
two Izzet people that I even know the names of. One was Markov, and the other is Raylel.
present.
And I have seen Raylel do far more crazy stuff than feeding a ham that kept growing to a tree that kept eating.
The problem is, Nim, is that unlike us, he's vastly more equipped to deal with these magical things. That's literally his job, is to deal with these magical and artificer
Problems.
anomalies. It's literally his job, Nim.
Did you have a way to contact him in time?
I'm just saying, there was zero.
We had
ultimately
we had no way to contact him. We had no way of getting in touch with him to get his help. And by the time, and I knew no one else to contact. You all were just standing around in the kitchen where it just kept growing and wondering what the hell to do. Greta was the only one doing anything, and Greta was stuffing her face as fast as she could and was still growing out of control.
When did this happen? I don't recall this.
You weren't there.
Not everyone was
I wasn't there at the time either.
Yeah, there was nobody. Those that were there, though.
Well, it sounds like he was trying to make a decision in the heat of the moment. And in the heat of the moment, he went with what he thought was best. And relatively speaking, it was probably one of the best choices he could have made. When you're under pressure, you tend to think of a lot of options that are present.
Well, there was logic to Nim's ideas. He thought of something that could be connect point A to point B, and theoretically they'd cancel each other out. And it seems to have worked out like that. I haven't heard of any giant ham or vampire tree.
I mean, the tree did ended up becoming something that would have blown up the city if we didn't stop it in time. But I'm not gonna say that Nim's idea was completely stupid. In fact, I do see the logic in what he was.
I am sorry. I am sorry that I did not consult with anyone. But that was something that I did not feel we had the time to go and try and track down Raylel or whoever else we could have tracked down. I still don't know anyone else from the Izzet that we could have possibly asked.
There's literally offices that you can go to, Nim. Literally giant buildings that scream, "Hey, this is where a bunch of people who work for the Izzet are." Like, you know, like all those people who contain the the magic, the wild magic that it's now producing, guess what?
There are other Izzet that I have met, and they only seemed interested in the fact that I could talk. That was the only extent of their capability that I had seen. I don't even know their names.
Graham, you also are not operating under the information that he's new to the city. He doesn't know how all of our infrastructure works.
Yeah, I was about to say, Nim really didn't know.
I'm pretty sure at this point we had
Still
roughly
barely understood
described.
anything.
We've roughly described the purposes of each of these guilds. He could have gone to any one of us who actually knew and been like, "Hey, there's this problem."
Okay,
Graham,
what about...
talk to?
Graham, you also do seem to be ignoring the fact that he is continuously saying that he did not feel as though he had time. I don't know at the rate of which this ham was growing, and you yourself said that you weren't there, so this could have been a rather dangerous and alarming thing that he was dealing with.
Okay, Digi, I know Greta was there, but who else was there?
I believe Zevran was also there, as well as Pluto, I think.
Okay, I believe so. Yeah, because this was shortly after the meeting with everybody at the restaurant. Yeah. There was Zevran there was Greta there was Pluto there. None of them had any idea what to do.
He'll look at them, really? None of you thought to maybe get an Izzet?
At that point, it was very freshly after our, let's call it, introduction at the Azorius. And we were not very positively received by the guilds.
Okay, that much is fair.
Zevran said, Zevran will raise his hand. I did stab it, and that got it to stop phasing through the table and stay material, at the very least.
Graham
Because
is
it was
disappointed with all of them.
But you're holding only me responsible, and yet none of the rest of them offered any solution
no, with
here.
extra details. With extra details, I'm holding the rest of them responsible now, but that still doesn't change that you have this nature of jumping feet first in, basically running on a gut reaction to things. And you cannot tell me that you don't do that, Nim.
It's the trolley car problem, where you can take an action or you can let it happen. However, those who tend to take action tend to take it right away. Because, again, this will come to Nim's background, where he lived in places that were not very populated, so problems were not so nuanced before. When there was a problem, it was likely mostly due to immediate danger, resolve immediate danger. It's just how he was brought up.
I suppose that makes sense. I mean, it's honestly kind of hard for me to understand how Nim's minds work, but I can see that if that is indeed true.
From my understanding of learning Nim's background,
where I came from, we did not have people we could call on, except for our immediate allies. And I had several immediate allies right there. And nobody else had any solutions beyond stuff it into Greta as fast as possible. And that was not working.
Might see. So that's the action they decided to take. I understand that. I mean, I was, and I didn't know what to do either.
You're angry at me for acting impulsively, as you put it. And yet I'm the only one that took any action to stop it from getting worse. Yes, it had unforeseen consequences. Nobody could have predicted it.
I think I would have felt a little bit differently about that. Again, just based off of the context of what that tree did before and what this ham was doing, those two things are not things that I feel like I would have.
All the
really
tree did
felt safe
before was
interacting.
eat. That was it. All the tree did before was eat. We had something that just kept eating, and we had food that just kept growing. What do you want from me?
Floor Grandma will speak up at this point and say, well, in that case, I do believe I can take some of the blame. I was the one that agreed with his idea and put it in the roots. I mean, logically speaking, it seemed to make sense. About as much as anything else.
Slam two dangerous magical objects together. That always ends well. Hey, Raylale,
well,
does that really sound like a great idea to you as be outside of scientific curiosity of what would happen? Does that seem like a safe idea as an is-it person?
Well, seeing how the tree was in fact draining life, or rather than anything else, or draining energy, and then this was unknown energy that seemed to be continually expanding at some curious rate, well, who can say, really? However, outside of a well, let's see, judging from the lens of a complete commoner, that seems dangerous. After all, it's completely unknown.
Look at that, Graham. He just called you a commoner. Get dunked on. Oh,
that is a surprisingly normal answer coming from you, Raylo.
Well, he asked me for my opinion outside of my profession. So I really had to
No, he asked you with your profession, like knowing your profession, but taking the context of he's not going to let it happen just out of scientific curiosity.
Wait. No, hold on. I think we've just stumbled across something here. Are you telling me you're not insane if you don't think that you're is-it?
Well, I can just comprehend someone else's viewpoint if I really try to think about it.
Holy shit, you can just do that?
It's boring, but yes.
Alright, note to self. Please continue, everyone.
Anyway.
No, but Graham was asking him basically, like, basically, like, with the expertise of an is-it, but removing the is-it, like, curiosity to just let some magical, like, anomaly, like, happen or grow even potentially more wild just because they're curious what it's going to do. It'd be like, as an is-it, does that really like slamming two unknown magical objects together like seem like something that would result in anything remotely safe?
Well, given the nature of the two objects, there does seem to be looking at it entirely objectively. There was a chance. Well, one of four things could have happened. 1, unknown magical thing happens. 2, The tree overpowers the ham and consumes the ham entirely. Tree grows faster, and then we have to deal with it. 3. The ham overpowers the tree and uproots it, continuing to grow, and, well, I don't know what would become of the tree. It probably wouldn't be able to sustain itself entirely on meat if that's what it was trying to do. Or 4. They stabilize each other.
What I'm hearing is Nim just chose a rather reasonable approach. Not exactly best, sure, but
However, if they were
as chaotic as they are,
unknown physical objects colliding into each other, then by gods. However, one of them was documented and fairly understood.
Which one was that one?
The tree. The one that your representative had seemed to have stabilized by increasing the general vitality of the area around it, and thus basically turning Krei's backyard into a grass jungle. Around that tree, anyway.
What
You know,
do
if
you
I
want
look-
from me?
You know, looking back at the situation, while I do understand your concerns, your concerns with it being all dangerous and all, Graham, I do understand where Nim was coming from, or why he did what he did. It's not like he himself is it.
Again, I'm using that as an example of a pattern of behavior.
Graham, you keep beating around the bush. You need to go come straight at what do you want from Nim?
I literally said it. I want him to be less impulsive.
He's been doing that lately. I know it took him a while, but he has been doing that already. And maybe you haven't seen it, but I mean, he has taken initiative to stop himself from growing manapus again. Isn't that something?
That's a result of, again, I understand he took the thing because he became mana possessed, but that's because he tried to interact with he did something impulsive and interacted with it, and he became possessed by it.
do you
And
want Nim
I
attached to a
wasn't-
seer so that they just have someone with future sight at all times? That seems to be your request.
That's not what I'm asking.
Then what are you asking? Because none of us are understanding.
Graham, either you are not seeing the actual potential efforts that Nim is indeed putting forth, or you are simply failing to come up with a cohesive thing that you can identify that you have a specified want for.
Look,
I think what Graham
Again-
wants to do is trust Nim, but he wants to know more about what's been going on recently.
what Graham wants is to know that that Nim will basically be like, you know what, this thing seems really goddamn dangerous. Instead of just interacting with it myself, I'm gonna talk to the party so we maybe they can watch my back while this dangerous thing happens.
So you want him to, in the point of a dangerous situation, communicate with the party more.
Yes.
Okay, that's simple.
Which I tried to do in the case of the ham, and nobody had any ideas what to do.
What do you have the Martens now?
Why don't we move past the case of the ham? We've been sitting here speaking on it for a period of time now. And let's just focus on the future. The future that is, Graham just wants more communication from Nim. I think that's perfectly reasonable. We all have a Marten phone. If something comes up, we can just call each other. And if something seems to be on the wire, then we need to be able to trust each other's decision-making process. Is that a fair enough statement to be made for everyone here?
I agree.
Yes.
Then I want the same.
I am willing to give it to you, Nim.
Graham, you keep telling me that you want me to tell you everything I'm doing. What have you been up to?
That is actually a decently good point. I haven't known what you've been up to for quite some time, Graham, and you seem to be away from the party almost more than anyone else.
I've told you exactly what I'm up to.
No, I understand that, but I'm asking for the purposes of everyone being present.
Fine. Most of the ensemble is at some level of risk of becoming corrupted by their mana. The party will at one point fall under this risk as well.
Huh?
The fact that, and if you know about it, quite frankly, you could misunderstand what is actually going to be the solution is, and kind of trick yourself into thinking you fixed the problem when you really haven't.
So
If
instead
someone
of
would like-
instead of consulting with the party about some dangerous situation, such as
That
the
may affect the
ensemble
party.
being, or the entire city, we all know how powerful the ensemble people are. They are
Let's
all
face it,
insanely powerful.
By the time I started doing this, I barely saw any of you except for Element as allies.
But this has been going on for a long time.
Regardless of whether or not you saw us as allies, we very much have been assets at the very least.
And you're demanding from me what you yourself have not been deigning to give. How is that fair at all?
I'm saying that if
You are in the wrong, Graham.
if we're going to be allies moving forward, that's what I wanted. And I will give it, assuming that because why would I trust any of you?
Why would we trust you?
I have no reason to distrust any of you. As much as all of you are eccentric in their own ways, I do see you guys as reliable people. In one way or another. Nim may mess up a lot, but he's reliable and powerful. You are very focused, and Krei is a menagerie of information.
To get trust, one must give trust, even if the first step is difficult. I understand that with your background, your betrayals and having to leave behind everything that you knew, it's not easy, especially since you can't escape how you were raised. It may frustrate and vex you in ways that don't even seem to completely make sense. But all I can ask is that you try to give them a clean slate. And I think that they will surprise you, Graham.
I've given you my trust, Graham.
If
and
I
you
could
did not
make a
give
proposal,
me your trust from the beginning.
You never trusted us. Or
all
at
right,
least not me.
everyone, stop talking. I would like to put forth a proposal. The other night, myself and Graham had a very lengthy conversation about some of our stances within the parties and some of the actions that had been taken. I'm not going to get into the details here, as I feel that those are somewhat personal. However, we came to a mutual agreement. That mutual agreement was that I would try to be better if Graham would try to be better. And that is a simple and honest arrangement. I think that arrangement could apply here as well. An arrangement where the two of you set aside your differences, look to the future with new eyes and open minds, and simply decide that while you've had your issues in the past, both of you have indeed been trying and making attempts, even if you don't necessarily trust each other, but that you are both willing to try to be better in the long run. Graham, if you are able to make that deal with me, I don't see why you wouldn't be able to make that deal with Nim. And Nim, I assume if you see my trust in Graham, that you may be inspired to do the same.
I have trusted Graham. I'll continue to do so.
Then why don't we put aside this constant bickering over what could have been or should have been, and let's just agree that mistakes were made. By one party or another, it doesn't matter at this point. What happened, happened, and whatever our motivations at that point were, we can't change that. We can only change who we are and the future that we are going towards. If we want that to be a brighter future, it's going to take all of our efforts. So can the two of you agree to cease bickering? And to not necessarily forget the past, but to forgive it and to look towards current and future efforts specifically.
Yes.
I'll give it a try.
All right. Krei just gives a smile to Graham. Then I think we are going to be on a much better path.
My, you are an Azorius indeed. You handled that better than I think I would have.
Now, were there any other things that needed to be aired out?
Well, I do believe that there were other incidents with Nim that... Oh, well, I suppose I wish to ask one by one if there are any lingering resentments that you would have liked brought forward, and perhaps give context to the situation.
And if any of those situations can likely be solved by the speech I just gave, I assume I don't need to repeat myself or anyone with a similar grievance.
Very likely, but just in case, I'd like to clear as much resentment as I might be able to. Koredan, I don't think that you have any particular grievances. Nim, were there any others that did not stem from, not believing your history?
That stemmed from that? No. I do have other grievances, but no, I'm happy to leave that in the past.
Oh. Very well then. Graham.
Yes.
Are there any other grievances that you think should be brought up? Because if what I've heard correctly from Elena, you are slightly frustrated that not everyone is partaking in the trading as diligently as you, but you have been keeping that to yourself.
And yet, how often is Graham even around any of us to see that? I've been training with Malt.
I've been
Kyle?
training by myself. I've been training by myself with Calcero.
I reached out to, I think it was Eileen.
Yes.
I reached out to Eileen and did the tutor thing.
Oh no, that was Elena.
Oh, it was Elena. I reached out to Elena and
planeswalking things.
I reached out to Elena and got the tutor thing, whatever it's called.
Apprenticeship?
Apprenticeship, yes. I've also been working with Eileen on learning to handle my planeswalking better.
Efforts are being made. However, there are some perhaps neutral abilities that some people may not have acquired just yet that could be beneficial in the end.
Could just be like, let's see, how many of the people who have mana abilities in our party currently, well, I guess with the Markov MIA, I suppose that there's not really
the new people, but that's not particularly
yeah, because they wouldn't know. So I guess there really isn't anyone left who hasn't at least done the basics or the mentorship.
Well, Element and Krei haven't taken a mentorship just yet.
Well, yeah, but they also they at least did the basics.
Yes, they did. That's one former thing. At least put to rest. There's more.
But
to do.
I will say that as far as regarding mana pieces, that I don't really think anyone in the party should be using them alone or without the consent of the party if we do manage to acquire them.
As far as I'm aware, only planeswalkers can really handle it without severe risk.
Again, regardless of whether a planeswalker is the only one who can use it without severe risk, we have planeswalkers in the party, but I don't think that I still feel like, again, that doesn't necessarily entitle them to the right to use these artifacts whenever and however they want or alone because of things like mana possession.
Which was not explained to me by any of the ensemble members that
I'm saying
got
that's
training from.
That very specific reason is why I'm saying if someone's going to use them, one, the entire party should know about it. And two, that they don't use it alone. So if someone becomes mana possessed or something else, we can deal with it together.
You do realize that I did not actually use the mana piece when it possessed me, right?
I'm aware of that, Nim.
Could you guys stop being antagonists towards each other for 1 second? You guys
I
are
think-
agreeing. You guys are agreeing with each other, and you don't even know it.
I think Graham is simply trying to put forward a very strong proposal that before someone does something involving one of the shards, let everyone know and have someone keep vigil, just in case
Yes.
something goes wrong.
That sounds.
All I was saying.
That sounds reasonable to me. Although I think you may need to try and find a better way to explain things, Graham. I think
Well-
you come off as very aggressive whenever you try to explain things.
He's
That's
been
That's
very
why you.
for a very long time.
That's why that's also because my patience is worn very thin over these months.
You've been like that from the very moment I met you.
Now that
It's why
is
you
not
could not.
true at
That's.
all.
It's part of why I struggled to understand anything from you because you just kind of came off very aggressively.
Boys, fresh start.
I
Well,
know.
what about after this conversation? We all have something to eat, something to drink, and then after we're done talking about all those things, we'll pick it up again on a brighter topic. Because I have an idea that might be nice for everyone.
What is it, Malt?
Well, we'll get to that, but it may regard everyone who is presently here. Ram, would you like to put forth any other ideas?
Not currently.
Do you have any other things that are weighing on you very heavily?
Again, nothing that I'm going to really talk about with this many people I don't know around.
Fair enough. Well, Cyrus, was it? Do you have problems with that you would want brought up?
I'm still deciding if this group is good or not, but Nim seems a little better. I understand Nim a little better now.
I see. It's your choice in the end. Elliman, I believe you didn't have anything.
Not really. No, I don't. I don't really hold grudges.
Well,
Or I try not to.
then if I may ask something of you,
Oh.
I would ask that you be more reliable in the future.
Huh?
Nim confided in me beforehand that, and he's going to look over to Raylel. You did not seem to regard his feelings very highly when he was chased and his head was removed. A simple, perhaps even if you can't take any action, a simple, I'm sorry that happened to you in the future could be for the best.
Element looks down. I had been work. I thought I had been working that thus far.
Well, yes, but just keep in mind that sometimes, even if you can't take action, a kind word will suffice. It's better than nothing.
Element nods and just says okay.
And you, Raylel, you, I really don't know how to feel about you. We haven't really met, but I've not heard good things. But you seem more self-aware than I thought you would be. Nim, do you still want him to apologize?
Nim is just looking over at Raylel, kind of considering.
Hello.
I think I'm ready to leave that in the past.
All right, sir, Raylel. You're very fortunate that Nim is feeling very forgiving today. Thank you. Well then. Krei, is there anything that you would want to say in regards of grievances and or concerns?
Well, any and all of my grievances, I believe, have been properly dealt with due to separate conversations.
Lovely.
Though, Graham, there is something I would like to briefly say to you once this all talking is done.
I see. And lastly, shall we touch upon what happened with Sir Lute Tudor? Now that the rest of the past has been since settled.
I still don't understand why he is even here, as he is an enemy.
Lute, I would ask that you explain yourself fully and in as much detail as you care to give.
I think his assessment is pretty accurate.
Well, perhaps, but we want to know your side. Why did you do it?
Because I was asked to.
Is that all?
It was needed of me.
Graham will be like, Orzhov indoctrination is very strong.
Go
Graham,
on.
if the way I was raised is not a valid excuse, then neither is that. And I feel very strongly that that is fair.
I think you misunderstood once again what I was getting at.
Try to properly explain it.
Indoctrination.
Yes, Krei, if you please.
Try to properly explain it again more
Thoroughly.
bluntly. Thoroughly
Part of
and
my
more
problem
obviously.
with you, Nim, was not how you were raised or the things that you did because of where you came from. It's the fact that you very resistantly chose to try to keep doing the things the same way, despite the fact that you were very well aware that you're in a different position. As far as Lute goes, and as far as I'm concerned, if we break the indoctrination and he does something even remotely similar to that, then he's an enemy. But indoctrination is basically brainwashing or control.
I believe what Graham was trying to say is that when someone is indoctrinated, They are raised by others for a very specific person, or for a very specific purpose, to be made use of. They are trained, reared, and educated for very certain fields so that they will always do that and think it is the correct decision, even if it would lead to self-destruction. Am I correct?
Yes, that is correct.
There we have it.
And even if no one else in the party really wants to help Lute, I plan on trying to break him out of this indoctrination before deciding whatever fate we decide for him.
Merrick speaks up. I also think that something is really wrong. And, I don't think that killing him is the right thing to do. When I encountered him, he welcomed his death with open arms and said it would only make the Orzhov stronger. So, I think we need to get him away from the Orzhov.
Did he actually do that?
Yes.
Yes, he did. I was there. I saw it. It's why I told you he was indoctrinated.
Well, either you're right, Graham, or this is one hell of a bluff. But I'm going to actually put some faith into your words for once.
Thanks. He'll smile a little bit and a little genuinely at that, despite the fact that he says the thanks sarcastically.
Well, you of all people will know that that Mary wouldn't lie to you. So there's that.
And quite frankly, I plan on helping him regardless of, again, at least until I'm assured that his indoctrination is broken, because I was lucky, very, very lucky to have broken my own indoctrination by myself. It's not usually something that you can get out of by yourself.
Living with the Orzhov might be awful.
It's, from what I've heard, quite terrible. And then Pluto would raise his hand and say, yes, now, imagine this. Imagine hell made by other people. Other people who make punishments for other people so that their own punishments could be lessened. That is the Orzhov.
That does sound like.
Ruvicum, does that sound right?
I'm Rakdos. Fuck the Orzhov.
I mean, I will be honest. That is a good percentage of it, but there also are the percent that are just bankers and boring.
Basically, you're either born with freedom to either make choices for others, make choices for yourself, or you have the choices made for you. There's three distinct type of people in the Orzhov in that regards. Lute and I were not the people making choices for ourselves or for others.
But then that begs the question, why is he now revealing the theft and everything else? If he is indoctrinated, why is he suddenly changing and deciding to do otherwise?
Probably because of the weirdness of being adopted by his assassin.
It takes quite the shock to break out of believing everything you've been told about the world.
Perhaps he liked us, and maybe part of him felt bad. Who knows? We won't really know until the indoctrination is fully broken, for sure. Which I also propose that any highly sensitive information we try to not give to Lute until said time that his indoctrination is broken and can be actually trusted.
How are we going to
That he won't
know?
revert.
How are we going to know that this indoctrination is broken?
I mean, it'd be easy. It'd be easy if we could go into his mind like we have done with you in the past. But I don't think we can do that.
Krei looks slowly over to Raylel.
Yes, hello. This punch is lovely.
Did you hear any of that?
Part of it
Every
is
bit of it. Even the next 5 minutes.
Graham will look at Nim. Part of it, it's not going to be easy. Because, again, given his profession, he could potentially absolutely fake having broken indoctrination. But part of it is, honestly, him caring a little bit more about his life and making choices that benefit him solely.
On that subject, Nim, I don't know why I'm doing any of this. I don't know why I accepted it or what I'm looking for as he starts to step into the middle of the group. And if you don't believe me, and believe me to be the enemy, then you have my full permission to end my life here and now, as he tosses away his rapiers and gets down on his knees. But I will have this new life, even if it's only lasts until today.
What?
He's throwing himself upon Nim's mercy and saying that even if he still so strongly wishes to, he will allow him to kill him. But he is also expressing that this life has been quite different since he was adopted.
It must have been quite a shock. I do not like seeing you groveling like that, Lute. As much as I don't, I'm not sure if I like you or not, because what you did was reprehensible. But seeing you groveling like that, there's just something wrong about it. I don't like seeing somebody have so little regard for their own life.
Such as what they were doing to get the One Piece to begin with?
Yes, exactly.
In a negotiation, you sometimes have to put everything you have on the table.
To be fair, that Boo have been the only way to convince Commander Gulkazan. That is his MO. he actually had the right idea, even if it was a crazy idea.
Yeah, crazy. Suicidal, practically. Like,
Yeah. He ended up surviving though, so I suppose there was some merit to what he was to what he tried to do in the end. But I do wish he wouldn't throw his life away so easily.
Also, this might be a bit late, but can I insight check Lute and his grand gesture?
By all means.
Mhm.
Okay.
That will be something between the players.
Well,
You
I
see
don't know.
nothing.
I don't know why two of them rolled.
Well, we take the first one then.
If on my screen, the 11 rolled first. Is that true for everyone else?
Yes.
And I
Yep.
rolled
Yes.
whether I'm being honest or deceptive.
You rolled for if you're being honest or deceptive, or did you roll deception?
I rolled either persuasion or deception secretly to the DM because you don't know.
so you rolled twice for the same thing.
Being very genuine.
Alrighty.
It's an interesting gesture to do this. But how are you going to make it right?
Actually, Name, I think he already tried. He already tried doing something to make it right to you specifically.
Yes. Lute throws a bag towards Nim's feet.
Nim doesn't have feet.
Bobs.
You know, it could be argued that he has nothing but feet.
Yeah.
No, he has nothing but paws.
Paws are animal feet.
Come on, don't be pedantic.
Paws are the part of the foot.
Oh, come on now.
The lower extremity of the leg below the ankle.
All right, Wikipedia.
Listen, I took 3 different biology classes, and I'm not going to be that pedantic.
Anyway, I throw it towards his paws.
The foot or feet is an anatomical structure found in many vertebrates. It is the terminal point of a limb which bears weight and allows locomotion. In many animals' feet, the foot is separate organ at the terminal part of the leg made up of one or more segments of bones, generally including claws or nails.
There we go. A paw is a foot. Moving on.
Yeah, we got an etymologist to save us.
Good job, Moriarty.
Nim is going to look down at the bag. And what is this?
Bloody sack.
Oh yeah,
A very bloody sack.
Yeah, it's
Actually,
covered
Nim
in
would
blood.
probably be able to tell that's Bulkasa's blood.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he would. Nim is looking
Gulkasa's
over.
Sitting there. Gulkasa's sitting there with a big smile.
Courtesy of Commander Gulkasa.
With a big scary smile.
Nim is looking over at Gulkasa. And then back at Lute. What is this?
That's a piece. A
Put
white
it-
one. He insisted that you have it. I'm surprised you didn't clean it, though.
We didn't have much time between summons and coming here.
Yeah, we like got immediately summoned here the moment we left.
None
you're
of
off.
you has prestidigitation?
I don't.
Nim
I
does.
don't.
Nope.
I don't have access to that spell as a paladin, sir. You know that.
He's gonna look over to he's going to look over to Cyrus. You're a what are you? You were with them when they were leaving, I think.
Yes.
Why is this a line of inquiry?
Nim is just going to cast prestidigitation on the bag.
It's a very small bag of holding.
And he's going to pick it up and upend it.
A piece of white mana falls out. And only that.
Nim is going to look at it before looking up at Lute. This is a step in the right direction. I am not ready to trust you at all yet. But I at least won't kill you. And he's going to disappear the mana piece back into his bag. Well, not back into, but you know.
Graham is going to speak up. I and Krei also talked about this, and I personally feel like it would be a better decision for the ensemble to hold on to any mana pieces that we have.
I will store it somewhere safe.
I swear, Nim, do not take that thing out of Ravnica without some serious consideration of what that might and can do to Ravnica. I would suggest a very long conversation with Eileen and Raylel.
I already intended to do that. I am
Good.
different, Graham, even if you've not been around or cared to see it.
Graham is going to narrow his eyes at you.
Realizes that he's completely ignored now, picks up his weapons, and gets back to the periphery.
I mean, Nim said that he's not going to kill you, so I guess that's that. He doesn't really want to do anything with you still, unfortunately.
Which means I just have
As
to do something more extreme.
as Lute is stepping away from the center, Nim is, of course, going to notice. It's right the hell in front of him.
Mm-hmm.
Lute, I still do not want you around. I do not want you in around this group. It seems the others want you around. But I do not want any information shared with Lute at all.
Which is why I did not mention any specifics about what I just told you.
You guys aren't that good at keeping secrets. I'm just going to lay that out.
Well, most of us are at the very least. I have no reason. I have no reason secrets myself.
Element, your bag rustles.
As Element tells a blatant lie to all of us.
Yes.
He's the real big bad evil guy.
By the gods.
It was the perfect ploy. Pretend to be a honorable and just guard and paladin, and then stab them all in the back.
I mean,
Cyrus, nervous wing flaps now.
That's not in character.
Element is laughing. Element is laughing to himself. No, I suppose even I do keep hero too. But I'm a pretty open book.
All right. Then, with that in mind, let us eat. Let us have ourselves a little break.
Who did you get?
First,
Who did you get all this food from, by the way? Because I'm pretty sure Nim didn't make it.
Greta. Howdy.
Ah, nice.
I got my letter early, so to say. I was asked to cater. This guy's pretty good too. She's looking over at Mr. Ramsey, who seems to not like her. Still.
Makes sense.
Nim is going to disappear.
What?
And there he goes.
Are Mary or Madeline around?
They are not there.
Nim
Okay.
is going to see Jin.
He is still where he was before.
Inside his tome?
Yep.
I mean, temple?
Before the black piece.
Hey, Jin.
Ah, Nim. Hello again. Did you
Hi.
need something?
Well, I figured you've kind of been protecting one piece, and I kind of need another mana piece protected, so I was wondering if I could ask you to watch it. And keep it safe until I need it.
Well, one of the reasons that I can so stoically guard this thing is because of you and your friends. If you remember, we made a deal once upon a time. Should anything happen to me, my piece will be automatically brought over to you. That means I trust you.
And I'd like to trust you as well with this.
Well, okay.
At least until I can find a different solution.
Honestly, this is not a bad one.
It might not sit very comfortably around here. This place is very thick with black mana. What color is this? Is it also black?
It is white.
Oh.
But it's inside of a bag of holding, so it's kind of in its own pocket dimension. So maybe it'll be okay.
That should be fine. Alright. I'll hold on to it.
Thank you.
I'll wait until you come back for it.
I will be back. Possibly a few times for it.
Ah. Well then.
To use it here and there, but when I'm not actively using it, I want to put it somewhere that I trust and it'll be safe.
Well then. I'm glad that you feel very confident about this location at very least.
And Nim immediately goes against one of the things Graham wanted to do.
No, Nim told you that he was going to put it somewhere safe. Like, how is he going against it? You told him not to take it outside of Ravnica. He's not doing that.
Yes.
Yeah, but he also said that decisions involving the pieces that the party is kind of watching should involve
The rest of the party.
with the exception of Lute, the rest of the party.
Sure, but as he said, this was a temporary thing.
It's still a decision, though.
He's putting it with the guardian of another mana piece. He does not want this new piece to be stolen from him before we have a chance to find somewhere better for it.
You know, it's not a bad idea. I just
It's
think
not a bad idea, but Graham is just gonna be like, literally, like, didn't we just talk about this? Why, Nim?
At least he was within the proper criteria. He announced his intentions, and they said, like, don't take it outside.
Yeah, he literally did announce his intention to put it somewhere safe. He literally did exactly what you told him to.
Yes.
Even with your parameter of not taking it out of Ravnica.
It is a step in the right direction. It just might need a little more practice.
It's also he also probably didn't want to say anything because Lute
Graham didn't assume
there.
that he was. Graham didn't assume that he was leaving to do it right this second. Also, so
yes, like I said, it's going to need some practice, but it's a step in the correct direction.
But yeah, Nim is going to leave the white piece in its bag with Jen.
He will take it, and then he will pick up a floor tile, place it under the floor tile, put it back, and then stand on it, returning to his vigil.
Nim is also going to be popping out. I forget the exact. Oh, right. One of his lizard skewers.
Ah.
He pops it out into Jin's hand. I didn't actually cook this myself, but I did promise to bring you food.
Well, I do appreciate it, but... And he's going to lift his helmet again to show that he is still a skeleton. It does look nice, though.
Well, maybe you can enjoy it somehow.
You know what? I'll give it a try. And he is certainly going to bring it to his mouth and chew. However, he is then putting one of his gauntleted hands like under his mouth to like catch it as it is taking up the skewer, and then like no.
Well, he's trying.
No, I'm sorry. This isn't working very much, as he now has a bit of meat pulp in one hand and the rest of the skewer in the other.
He tried.
I'll find a way for you to try some food. I'll find a way.
I believe
you.
You just need some
you
soul
know what?
food.
Grant would know of a way. Get him a Marten and then transmit the sensation of the taste to him mentally.
Actually, that's not a bad idea at all.
That's not a terrible idea.
That's what Graham would tell Nim if Graham was there, but he's not. And would Nim think of that?
No, he wouldn't.
Maybe if you mention it to Graham once we actually discuss this, because I'm pretty sure you will be bringing it up later.
And the
Probably.
only reason why Graham would think of that was because he's literally forced to transmit his smell via Marten.
That's true.
Nim's other thought is basically just soul food. Literally getting some portion of soul or something, possibly
I don't
his
even-
own. You know, a
Time
small
to visit
portion
to
of
the
his
ghost
own,
shop.
and putting that in.
Go to the ghost tavern. Problem solved.
He doesn't know about that.
Also, the ghost have doesn't exist anymore. It's being assimilated with the tree, as far as we know.
Also, the ghost ham wasn't really a ghost ham.
Yeah, it
No,
was.
no, not that. Not the
No,
strange one. I'm talking about the ghost tavern that the subordinates.
Yeah,
were
the ghost
busing.
tavern.
Oh,
yeah.
The tavern built for ghosts by ghosts.
Yeah. So Element and Graham have solutions, but they can't tell them because they don't know.
Yeah, look.
All in due time. All in due time.
Yeah.
No, no,
I've
no.
got plans here.
I mean, it'd be nice if we discussed it.
So,
Nim just has to
anyways,
bring it up.
I already planned.
Okay.
Nim is going to pop back to where everyone else is.
Nim, where did you left off? Eleven is gonna ask.
I went to do what I said I was going to do.
I thought
Oh.
you were going home because you didn't want to be around Lute or something.
No, I went to put it somewhere safe. It's still in Ravnica.
Graham
Gra-
is going to take a deep breath and go find the snowfall to help him with it with the violent urge he's trying to suppress.
She
Graham?
is sniffing on fried tomatoes.
Graham, calm down.
Cirrus immediately wilts and prepares to step away again. Barely even reapproaching. Nope.
Koredan just
Nope.
backs up and sort of moves around to have a look. Just gonna go and have a look at something else that's moved away from this.
Nim, you may have want to have talked with us about this before you left to do that. But I am
I
gonna trust you that.
I told you.
But you didn't tell us where.
Well,
You
yeah,
told them
because
not
Lute
to
is
stay
here.
around.
Okay, that's
We
fair.
already
but-
agreed. We already agreed we weren't going to tell Lute anything.
Yeah, but couldn't you have waited until later to do that then?
And
have
keep
kept
it
the
out
man-
here and keep it
Yeah.
out here in the open in front of somebody that has already worked to steal one mana piece.
I mean, you have kept it in your person this entire time, and we will be keeping an eye on Lute, so that wouldn't happen. But still, I don't understand where you're coming from.
He
I
did swipe it from under us while it was in Nim's possession before.
I mean, what wasn't
Technically,
it?
it wasn't. It was left at your house.
Shrugged at JPEG.
Nim hasn't actually been told when it was stolen.
I think
For
we
all
told you
Nim knows, it was literally pulled out of his bag as he was walking down the street at some point.
Didn't we establish that it happened during the trial?
No, it was
all
just
Nim
yes.
knows was that it was taken. He never knew when it was taken. He just reached into his bag, say like when they told him it's been taken. He said like that's ridiculous. Search his bag, cannot find it.
And yeah, and after that, Nim went to Krei's house, and he got explained to him that was during the trial.
no. He was just told that Lute was involved in it.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Yeah, Krei didn't go into it.
Okay.
Krei
be
did
right back.
not give any actual details beyond Lute was involved in it. So as far as Nim is aware, Lute could just be like, okay, here's this, now we're friends now. Also, yoink.
But also, even if like Lute is here, we could have like. There's so many other ways the party can communicate without involving Lute. Just
Marten.
here, like Marten, or going to somewhere private and
There's
having
also-
like Malt sit on Lute or something.
Okay.
And I was actually.
And if you
waiting
want
for
to
it say
discuss
that.
this in character, I do have defenses for all of your suggestions here.
Maybe, but Graham is just still again really pissed that he just literally like
Okay, then let's talk it in character.
that Graham is currently at the Ashville getting his the
Stress
extra violence from his curse dealt with.
I
Yep.
thought we were all gathered together and doing a
Oh.
banquet.
She
Oh,
she is there.
Yeah, she is
at the
there.
table. She's eating fried tomatoes.
He's gonna go up to her and be like, I need help. I need immediate help.
Oh dear. After that discussion, certainly. And she's going to offer her hands.
And Graham shall take her hand.
Slowly, it does finally start to seep away again, and you are once again brought to peace.
I am back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
It
Graham
does.
is at peace.
It does take a bit, though. A full minute before it's just ebbed away. Just
What did I miss?
Graham is at
Um,
peace.
So Graham is going to approach Nim as calmly as he can, which is fairly calm at this point, but there's still the look of irritation just all over his face. Nim, what did I just say about making decisions about, things like what we do with mana pieces?
You've told
Multiple-
me. Go ahead, Digi.
Malt will speak up. To be fair, he did declare his intentions beforehand.
Again, I was under the assumption that I trust Nim to protect the mana to protect the mana piece for a short time. I literally thought he was just going home because he didn't want to be around Lute.
No,
I didn't think he was deciding where to put the mana piece on his own.
It is somewhere safe.
Again, you don't think that that the rest of the party should have had some kind of input on this? There are ways that we can discuss things without Lute being around, Nim.
You did have input. You gave me your input of not taking it out of Ravnica. That was the only thing you said on that.
This
Nim.
because again, I wasn't under the impression that you were that you were doing that right that second. I assumed that we were going to have some kind of conversation about it before you decided to move it yourself. Again, I thought you were just leaving because you couldn't be because you didn't want to be around him. I thought you were declaring your future intentions for protecting this mana piece or wanting to discuss protecting this mana piece.
All right, here, let's put this. Let's put this to a quick. Let's just make this quick. Nim, are you able to easily retrieve the mana piece?
Yes.
And it is in a safe spot for the moment.
Yes.
Okay. we can
Provenly safe.
discuss this- Provenly safe. Okay. If we're willing to accept that at face value, let's just accept that it is temporarily in a provenly safe location, and that when the time comes that we are in a position that we can discuss it, we will take the mana piece and then discuss a safe place to put it. But I do believe Nim's intentions were fairly solid, given the fact that current party has been less than trustful previously.
I understand where he's coming from, and I understand where you're coming from, Graham. Let's just move on from this. I understand your frustration, but I also understand what Nim is saying, and wherever he put it, I'm sure it's somewhere safe, because Nim is not
That's
stupid.
not the point here.
I know, Graham. I know. I know what the point is, but we're not gonna get anywhere like this. Good, Nim. Could we discuss this later? Could we discuss this later?
Graham does not seem to want to discuss it later. He wants it done now. And I am okay with that. I did outright say that that was what I was going to do.
And we literally talked about the party having to agree on it. Them not providing input is not them agreeing to a thing. That's not a discussion, Nim.
He's right.
So I can go get it back now if that's what you prefer.
Nim, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, why did you ignore that?
I did not. I said I was going to put it somewhere safe, and nobody said anything contrary to that.
To his knowledge, he believed that he was fulfilling all the criteria. Now that he has been told otherwise, he will be mindful of that in the future.
And we couldn't really discuss where I was going to put it anyways. Not with Lute present.
There are ways that we can discuss that without Lute being part of the conversation or being able to overhear us.
Would you like to make him more privy to these ways?
The Marten phone.
And as we've seen with before with the court hearing, clearly Lute and the Orzhov are able to get around those things.
Wait, they can? What happened there? I don't remember.
They had all these recordings of us, of many of our private conversations. Many of our actions across the city.
I don't think any of those were the Marten phone conversations.
No, but they were just recordings of stuff that we did, though. But yeah, not the Marten phones.
But those were acquired from the
Digi saying?
It was proof that someone was basically spying on the party, if from a distance.
True. But the Marten phones are, as far as I'm aware, still completely secure form of communication. As we don't actually need to say the things that we're saying. And they're mental communications.
Well, I guess we can do that now then. And Nim will call everybody on the Marten phone. Well, the actual people he considers part of the party, which would exclude Lute.
I mean, Lute doesn't have a Marten phone to begin with, as far as I know.
Make sure you
I
I don't think Koredan or
Koredan also doesn't have a Marten phone. I don't think Sirius does either.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But we
they
can
don't.
do group calls with. We can include them into the calls.
Yeah. Make sure you do as many sound effects as there are people you're calling.
Koredan's just going to offer
Oh,
Sirius a
please,
slice of
no.
Krei.
Nim is going to include the party in the call. Again, Nim does not consider Lute part of the party, so he would not include Lute.
Joke.
To be fair, I think Grab would be like, some of this information we might want to still be careful about with Koredan and Cyrus, because we seem to be like making them literally crazy. Well, maybe a little bit less Koredan, but Cyrus is like, my fucking god, what the hell's wrong with you?
Cyrus is off to the side eating food and just watching the party intently.
Okay,
Yeah.
you're right. Nim would not include Cyrus right now. But he
Not,
will
not
include
that I'm
Koredan.
involved, but
He does include Koredan in this because Nim trusts Koredan.
Nat, Nim and Koredan, they bonded together, and I wasn't there to see it, but I
Fair.
yeah.
All right, here's a private place. Hopefully. As far as I know. Out of character, the Marten network is absolutely 100% impenetrable. In character, we don't know.
it can be knocked out with a tower going down, but other than that, or a nest.
If anything
even-
successfully infiltrated, it would be a breach of their privacy contract, and the Marten, the entirety of the Marten network would befall upon them like a riot, like an unending storm.
I mean, what if you bribe one of the relay Martens with an egg?
You can
No, not even then.
What if you just read the mind of the person using the Marten phone, since
That would be that you could do, but
that would
There's
still
some sort of antivirus protection that the Martens have on people.
that would
Makes
still
them-
be a
Their mind's
violation.
unreadable whilst using Marten.
You know, this is the reason why I think the Martens are OP.
they are a little bit.
Walkie-talkie time.
Hey, the
Oh,
DM
that's
allowed them
ridiculous.
to be here.
I really don't think they should be completely impenetrable. But that's that's between you. That's between Sim and DG.
To be fair,
I would.
when their story is actually complete, the ones that run it all are literally going to be gods. So they can get around all that.
Interesting.
And I will keep playing them until that happens. They will become gods one day.
Okay.
The sacred MTNT network.
Yes. But anyways, that's neither here nor there. Then we'll just say, I took it to Jin.
Oh, Jin, you mean that Death Knight that is guarding the black mana at the what's that district?
I don't know where it is. I just know that it's
the gold. He's a Golgari.
The Golgari. You know, I guess that makes sense. I mean,
I kind of figured. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I mean, that makes sense. I mean, remember that contract we had with Jin, that if he were to fall apart, the black mana that he has will go to us. If whatchamacallit, if it hasn't happened yet. So I understand why Nim would think that location is safe.
Yes, but that contract only applies to the piece of black mana that he's tied to.
And what's to stop him from also applying the white mana to it?
You'd need a separate contract.
We can get that set up later.
But again, that's not really the point that I'm upset about, Nim. In the future, if it's a decision about the white mana piece or some powerful relic, then
We should do this first, right?
yes,
That's what you want?
yes. I want it to be something where most or all of the party says, in very explicit terms, I agree that this is the course of action we should take for this powerful relic.
I think that's agreeable.
Then we apply it to other people as well. So you need to do the same with whatever you're doing with the ensemble.
That's not a bad idea. You've been doing this thing with the ensemble pretty much by yourself, right? Why haven't you tried to include us into
Are you really like considering the way this party has been like?
Okay, I get it. But try to include it.
You're also upset, but that's the thing. You're upset at us for not doing these things, and yet you haven't been doing it either. How is that fair to any of us?
I stopped trying to do these things whenever, basically, I stopped feeling like you guys were essentially.
Guys, you two are doing it again. You keep antagonizing each other. I thought we were going to have a fresh start. If come on, let's just agree to this. Graham can tell us about his involvement with the ensemble, and we can discuss the relic whenever we need them. Is that fair? Is that fair?
Yes.
He tells us what he does with the people.
Nim.
We all do the same thing. People,
Yes.
artifacts, objects, etc.
Yes, that sounds fair to me. I don't mean to cut you guys off, but if somebody doesn't stop you guys, you guys will keep going in circles.
Well, I agree to this.
You want to know what I've been doing? I've essentially been trying to prevent them from having a breakdown. Quite frankly, as far as this party is concerned, I'll let you know right now. I'm probably the most at risk of hitting mana corruption whenever that becomes a possibility for us.
I don't doubt it, pretty much, considering your situation. But if we are actually going to start improving our relationship, if that were to happen, we'll be there to make sure that it doesn't happen.
I guess we'll see.
I've agreed to these terms. Graham, do you agree to them?
Sure.
All right. And Nim is going to end the call. And enjoy the banquet.
Okay, time to eat. I am actually quite hungry right now. Nom.
Most everyone, save Pluto and Ren, are tucking it in some fashion. Oh, Eileen is also not quite partaking either. Curiously enough, Raylel seems to be examining examining more than he is consuming.
Element is actually going to approach Relo and tap him on the shoulder because he wants his attention for a moment.
Yes, hello.
Hey there, Sir Relo. I wanted to ask you something.
Go ahead.
I've heard that you have been gone missing a few times for the last few days. I was just wondering, have you been looking for Markov?
Yes, how did you know?
I mean, I imagine so, considering he's your apprentice.
Yes.
I was just
And
wondering
he
if you
is still alive.
I am happy to hear that. I've been very concerned to wherever he ended up with after he disappeared. Have
Oh,
you
it's not where he ended up, but when.
when? What?
Yes. I found him. He is fine.
Oh. Okay, that's good. But what do you mean by when he ended up?
I believe I've made myself very clear, actually.
Element rubs his chin. Oh. Okay, I get it. But thanks for the confirmation.
No problem. Enjoy your whatever you're going to do. Oh, right. This is one day. Yes. Very good then. Ta-ta.
Element leaves.
Hey, Pluto.
Yep. Yes.
I was gonna say that is not at all Pluto's voice.
Sorry. First, I wanted to ambush you with red. like you were going to walk up to the table and he was going to just like poke out from under the tablecloth like wolf. When you address Pluto.
So Pluto, I was wondering, how could I help a skeleton like you eat something? I was wondering about maybe like taking a piece of my soul or something to somehow
no,
cook
don't.
it, or
That's not quite well, alright. Undead, such as myself, do not require sustenance. But there is ways to get the pleasure of cooking or consuming without really eating anything material. Souls, no, not souls. But there are some establishments generally found in the Golgari that do cater to people of our situation. They have solidified necrotic energy and can then apply other attributes to it.
Can Element over? Sorry,
They
I was.
make the ingredients and then they prepare it in a similar fashion, but you do have to be quite delicate with it as you have to make everything and the equipment has to be enchanted as well to interact with magical energy shaped and retrofitted to be such things. It's a bit of a lucrative profession as this is purely luxury.
Can Element overhear this conversation?
Yes, if he so wished to be there, but I assume you're also at the table.
Yes. Element is going to chime in at the conversation of an undead eating. Hey, Nim, I may actually have a solution to what you're looking for. I assume you are asking this for Jim. I imagine. considering you just went to visit him.
Also, probably.
Please
Pluto
tell
as
me
well.
Graham is at the table.
No.
Is Krei at the table?
Unless
Thankfully,
Tanya is nearby.
Probably.
she is at the table, but this is a very large table.
This is one of the reasons Nim did not want to say anything of where he took it.
Zim understanding Graham just 1% more like
No, this is a different situation altogether. He didn't want to say it because they tend to blurt it out.
we need to practice our secrecy.
Actually, can you let me retract this? I actually didn't think this through.
I
Not to
will
mention you
allow it.
hadn't been told it.
I'm okay with
Yeah,
that. It's just. Ah!
Yep.
Element will be more tactful in the guard. It was my fault as a player.
It still wouldn't have changed Graham's opinion about what they need to do. He would have
Anyways.
just slapped Element across the back of the head.
Yeah, just let me try that again. Sorry, I am just getting tired. Like it's 1:30 in the morning for me. Okay, just let me try that again. I may have a solution to the issue of whatever or why ever you're asking that question.
What's that?
Well, when I went to a mission regarding my subordinates over there, I actually went to a location that is specifically a restaurant where ghosts go to eat. I imagine that location will be for any undead though. You could maybe go and visit it to see if you can find your answer in that regard. I actually have them in my favor because I helped them when it came to somebody trying. I helped them when it came to somebody trying to mess up their establishment.
Well, okay,
Ghost restaurant.
I'd be happy to find out about him.
Yeah.
Pluto, is food like that safe for others to eat?
Yes, should be fine.
The chronic energy is safe for other people.
That other undead is what I'm assuming he means.
No, I think he literally meant anyone else.
Oh.
Like,
No.
like he meant like the not undead or ghost people. That's why he said like, can anyone else eat this?
Oh. Oh
Well,
no. If you could even interact.
You could, but I don't think it'd be good for you. I don't think it'd be good for you.
Oh. I just wanted to know so I could, taste it before I go serving it.
How to tell the quality? I suppose you can probably judge the quality based on two factors. One, how opaque it is, and two, how cold you feel around it.
How old you feel around it?
Cold.
Oh, cold. Okay.
If it feels like it's going to drain the life from you while you're standing 10 feet from it, it's probably really good.
That is just
Okay.
how it is.
So yeah, I don't think the living are fit to consume food for the undead, which makes sense.
Okay. Can I get my Pluto? Can you enchant my pots and pans and such?
Yes, actually.
Hey, real quick, I'm gonna
It'll
butt
be,
in here.
it'll be temporary since it will absolutely get in the way of regular cooking. But
What happened? What happened, Moriarty?
I was just gonna say I probably need to get off. I have work tomorrow morning and it's getting late.
oh, right, fair enough.
Yeah.
All right.
Take care, Moriarty.
By
Later,
all
Moriarty.
means, you'll have a good one. Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
I won't
Bye.
destroy the party.
Oh, now that he's gone, let's fight.
Golgotha picks up the banquet table. 300 damage.
No, he just table flips it.
Yes.
Greta, in a desperate attempt to catch all the food, accidentally consumes a portion of Lute.
Concern.
No, the Volcasa flips the table. Both the people trapped under the table and the dead people and the people who are just dead and crushed between the food gets eaten by Greta, who is trying to make sure none of the food goes to waste.
Anyway, this will get in the way of regular cooking, but yes, I can do that.
Oh, well, maybe I should get some special pots and pans just for this then.
Yeah, you don't want, well, let's just say an enchanted pan is more likely to freeze your food rather than cook it. Or, well, let's say, apply freezer burn like qualities to anything it comes into, any normal food it would interact with. Unpleasant, generally, and unwanted. Not to mention it'll accelerate decay.
Okay, maybe I should just go buy some of the food from the place Elman said. I don't
Probably
think
for
I'd
the
be
best.
able to cook it properly.
I mean, probably, but it's generally left to other undead. So if you ever do die, you will likely have a very promising career. If you are brought back. May I interest you in undead?
I don't want to be an undead.
Well, that's a shame.
And
Really?
besides, it's okay.
Considering
It's
his
safe to
relationship
die.
with Chenzi?
His soul is pledged to Saloon.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
He'll only die when she wants him to.
Oh boy.
Oh, well, that's concerning.
That
That's just
said,
how God
his
does.
body is another matter, and that's what Shenzi was going to raise.
Ah. So it's
Yeah.
if Nim were to die, his body will just be left behind and it'll just be a husk. Won't actually be named there.
Or maybe Shenzi just takes over then.
That makes sense.
Maybe.
So this is where Shenzi went.
Finally, room.
Well,
Where's
And,
my friend? Looks around. Looks down. Ah, beans.
I am my friend now. Well, I can take you there tomorrow or something, if you'd like. Element is talking about the ghost restaurant. Nim?
Yeah, we could go tomorrow. I believe that I believe that insert name here. Malt wants to talk more though.
Ah, yes, he did have more to say
Oh,
after the party was a bit more finally stabilized and at least neutral with each other.
fair. I mean, I think we're a little bit better now. Although I do still kind of feel a little bit embarrassed that this conversation was pretty much observed by most of the people we've met thus far. Was that really necessary?
In case they needed to apply more information in context, because many of them have been exposed to many of these situations. Like when the entire party assaulted Raylel, but then it turned out to be just a balloon.
How do you know about that? Nim told you about it?
Well, I was there. I dropped fire on all of you.
I was talking to
Don't you remember?
I was talking to Molster, Raylo.
Well, that was out of character. That was me. That was me talking.
Oh,
And
whoops.
explaining
I thought-
the NPCs.
I thought Mo was actually talking. I said
Oh.
that in character.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Well, they're your friends. I thought that if anyone was lacking information, someone else might have been there, or perhaps even just a character, or about the character, or perhaps how they met and what their feelings are. Besides, technically, they're all your allies. They should
Yeah.
see every bit of you and then decide for themselves if they're going to remain your allies.
I mean, I suppose that makes sense.
However, I don't believe your subordinates, Element, have retained even a single word. They've just been eating, and that skunk has been leaning against the tree, and I think he is attempting to look cool.
Element rubbed his forehead. What am I going to do with them?
You ended up with some really troublesome.
I did this to I did this to myself because I am too soft of heart. But it's my responsibility.
Also, he keeps glancing towards the black rabbit.
The snowfall.
Yeah.
I think he's hoping that she'll notice him, but she is aggressively ignoring him.
Actually, now that I think about it, Graham would actually probably go find Pluto. He'd probably He'd also probably be like, also Nim, if you get no, he wouldn't say Jin. If you get someone, if you get an undead a Marten, you could probably transmit the taste mentally to them. I mean, the Martens can transfer smell, so I don't see why taste would be any different.
That sounds weird. But then again, everything around this party is weird.
Anyways, Pluto, I need to have a conversation with you.
Oh?
Yes, away from most people.
Ah, right. And he's going to place a hand on Graham's shoulder and dimension door away.
Wee!
Cyrus is disappointed. No eavesdropping.
Actually, Elaming is going to look over to Cyrus. Hey, Cyrus, are you doing okay over there? You're being a little bit quiet.
I'm still not sure how to feel about this group.
Real quick, we are coming
Mhm.
up on that 6-hour mark. I think this would be a great opportunity to split up the recording.
Yep.
All
I
right.
keep forgetting to do it earlier, but I'm gonna just do it real quick, and then we'll be back to continue a little bit longer.
Okay.
All right, I'll be back in a moment then.
Yeah, you guys can take a break real quick.
Yeah, I'll be right back as well.
Okay.
Thank you everybody for joining us so far today for Guild Tales Dungeons and Dragons. Check out our website, zgfgaming.com. We've got links for our Discord, Telegram, Twitter, Patreon, and more. They're on the website as well as down in the description below through our link tree. Thank you to my patrons, donators, and subscribers. It is because of your support that I'm able to continue bringing these streams to you all. I really cannot do this without your guys' help and support, so thank you. Consider becoming a patron over at patreon.com/zgfgaming. It's one of the best ways to support the channel, though you can also do so by simply sharing the stream around. But for now, thank you so much for joining so far, and I bid you all the most fondest adieu.